When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company, we're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
In the Open Red Angus Bull Show, congratulations. In our second class, the Spring Bull Calves, first place was exhibited by Ty and Scott and Callie Byer of Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TC Resource 96L. Second place exhibited by Chase Wood, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Danielle Brooks of Wilson, Oklahoma. And fourth place went to Caleb Williams of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Now in ring one is your third and final class here in the Spring Bull Calf division.
On the Angus side, another single entry, a July heifer calf. Here's one that's really attractive through her front end. She's big and bold in her body. She's got a lot of top shape, a lot of expression when muscle when you get behind her. If you're to change her, she gets a little lower in her pin set, but still really a nice female, one I think has a tremendous future ahead of her.
Well, back over the Angus ring, results out of Class 3 here in New Heifer Show. First place went to Kirk Uptown Beauty 321, exhibited by Jacob Don of Aledo, Texas. Well, now welcoming Class 4 here in your Heifer Show.
Again, two really high quality individuals. Probably the bigger, higher performing bull needs to win here. There's just more bull there all the way throughout. And I think he weighs pretty acceptable for this age. You know, if you're going to push one, and you know, he's not far off from being a year old, and he's going to weigh about what a yearling needs to weigh. With that, he's got some added dimension. He's huge testicled. He's more mature, no doubt, but with that, he's dang sure got some muscle. Maybe like to smooth him up in his sheath and tail head just a little bit, but I think that's a really, really good bull. I like the type and design of this really youthful looking calf here in second. Like him a whole lot, like how he's made through his neck. It blends in good to his shoulder. Definitely not as masculine yet, and I think as time goes, this pair's going to vary a little bit. One thing about this bull is he wants to twist his testicles somewhat, and he kind of spraddles his hind legs when he gets to going, but I think those are two exceptionally good individuals.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results out of your final Spring Bull Calf class. First place exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas, with Red Diamond Red Box 321. Second place, and congratulations to T-Bar S Cattle Company, Billings, Missouri. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, will select the champion reserve in the Spring Bull Calf division.
What an excellent division to start the Red Angus show. And we might not talk as the day goes about every class winner when we come back out here in division, but we will on this division. I love this calf that comes out of the first class here. I think, if there's 20 bulls in that class, I think a bull like this rises to the top. Like I say, I like the masculinity he has. He's just right for his age. Way that goes, the bull's got some forearm to him. He's got unbelievable shape over his top and back through his hip. Yeah, he's immature and he's wanting to fight the halter a little bit out here and maybe not leading the best, but one thing I might change about him is he's a little bit looser right behind his shoulder. Maybe wants to run downhill just a little bit. And I worry, or not really worry, I just don't know if he's got quite the foot size as a couple of the others out here, but at the same time, he's a May baby calf. So, and that's very believable as well. He's made good through his sheath. He's made good through his testicles. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of guesswork. There's a couple little things I'd like to change for right now. The second place bull is not the bull that hits you when he comes out necessarily, but the more you study this bull, the more fault-free and the more longevity this bull offers. Love how he's made through that shoulder, the angle to it, the neck set that comes out of that shoulder, how he is right there in his forerib, over his back and back through his hip. And like I say, you need the advantage I do to really, really appreciate this bull, because when you get right on top of him, he is blessed with shape and muscle and natural base width, which you can see that from the outside. His joints are really good, and I think that might be an advantage he has over our calf in front of him. Third class winner here, tremendous power and growth. He's a little bit straighter on both ends than the bull in front of him, maybe just a little bit coarser in his tail head. That's getting awfully picky on a really good rugged calf with a tremendous amount of depth. He's huge testicled, and he too is very wide-based. But I think the bull that puts the most good up, that offers the most longevity, is this bull out of the second class. He'll be your division champion.
On the Angus side, we have a set of June heifer calves, and boy, these heifers are really nice from top to bottom. The heifer that wins the class is super complete, just a really fresh, feminine female, good deep-bodied, bolt-sprung heifer with a long, level hip. She's good at the ground when you set her in motion. She's not the stoutest heifer in the class in terms of muscularity, but she's sure adequate for me today. Just a very complete kind of a heifer that's really fresh, has a beautiful look, and still has enough substance. A good heifer to win the class. The heifer in second is a shot stouter. She has a little more top and quarter in her. She's not quite as nice in the design of her hip. She opens up a little more in her blades. Still a high quality female with a good look and a lot of volume. Just like to change her shoulder and her hip design as we compare to our class winner. Heifer in third is the greenest of these top four. Very attractive, sound structured female with some foot and some bone. She gives up some width and shape when you get behind her as you compare to the two heifers ahead of her today, but a really nice female there in third. The stoutest mate of the top four is this heifer in fourth. She's big back. She's really wide from stifle to stifle. She shows you a nice look on the profile. She carries a little more condition through her front end as you read her for a June heifer calf. Just got a shot more shoulder. Still a good female that's really stout, a lot of quality, just not quite as attractive and lean through her front end as the three heifers ahead of her today. A nice female coming next, one that I really like her profile, very youthful and attractive, one that I think could be really good down the road. She gets up in her spine just a little bit and wants to drop her pins when we set her in motion, but a very high quality, good looking female. I think one that's really nice when you get her out on the profile. And then we have a big stout made heifer at the end of the class, a lot of performance, a lot of muscle, one that'd like to change her structure. She gets up in her spine and drops her pins when we set her in motion. Not quite as comfortable with the way she goes off her hind leg, but a very nice class of females from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results of your first class, your first division of bulls. Champion went to Ty Scott and Callie Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin with TC Resource 96L. Reserve champion that division will go to Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma with WLTR El Hombre 11LET. Now in the Red Angus ring will be class 82. These are February bull calves. Back over to the Angus ring, results out of class 4. First place went to Selden Rest Sandy Joe 31-14, exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Grant Ward, Oak Grove, Missouri. Third place went to Brant Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Fourth place went to Asa Anderson of Chipley, Florida. Fifth place was exhibited by Lauren Walter of Evanston, Illinois. And sixth place went to Dylan Casaroto. Now in the rings, Class 5 here in your Junior Angus show.
Two really good bulls over here on the Red Angus side. The bull that wins the class just puts a tremendous amount of good together. Bull's exceptionally long for how deep-bodied he is. I love the feet on this bull and the structural design. Love how he is and his angles of his joints. Just a really, really good kind of a bull. Maybe he breaks just a little bit behind his shoulder, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing because I think this bull will really grow together as he gets older. Tremendous amount of good in this class winner. Like this bull here in second too, extremely long-necked, really, really extended through that front and third. Got a lot of muscle shape in him too. Just doesn't put himself together as good as our class winner, a little bit tighter in that forerib, a little bit tighter in his ankles maybe, but I think this is a really, really good kind of a bull. Tremendous muscle and scrotal development. Really a masculine dark bull here, tons of shape to him, good in his rib. I like the composition this bull's in for his age. He's big testicled, he's wide based, maybe a little bit coarser in his structure up through his shoulder and how he handles his hind leg. But I think you get on top of this bull and you sure appreciate how much natural muscling he does have.
Well, congratulations back over the Red Angus Bull Ring results of your last two classes here for your Junior Bull Division. Class 82, first place exhibited by Rosebud Cattle Company with W.D. Rose Johnny Cash, 342. And second place exhibited by Kaylee Bragg of Salado, Texas. In Class 83 was a single entry. First place will go to Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma with Wood Barracuda 3014L. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve here in your Junior Bull Division.
Three good representatives of your breed out here in this division, but the bull that needs to win is this class winner from the first class. I like him a whole lot. I just think he fits himself together exceptionally good for as long as he is. He's a big hip bull that's sure got a lot to him. Love the structure and how this bull gets around the ring and how he comes in. The reserve will end up being the bull that was second to him. I like the type and design and the longevity and the future of this bull better than our other class winner here. I love the masculinity and ruggedness of this bull, but I think we're going to keep the first and second together in this division.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior bull coming out of Class 82. That's Rosebud Cattle Company with WD Rose Johnny Cash, 342. Reserve champion will come out of the same February class. Congratulations went to Kaylee Bragg with Red Diamond and Nino Del Rey, 308. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to get started with your fall bull calf division. First class in the ring will be Class 86 winter bull calves.
A good class. I think we've got some differences in type and kind, and maybe not just that one that dominates, but I think the most complete, best combination heifer is the one that comes to the top. She's just a heavier structured female that's got a little more look and length through her front end. Plenty of body in this female, very nicely presented. I think as far as combination, she's the heifer with the most good things in this class. Young lady in second does an excellent job of exhibiting her heifer, really gets her put together on the profile. Very attractive female that's nice through her front end. She's sure adequate in her rib shape. She's got plenty of muscle when you get behind her. She's one that breaks a little behind her shoulder, just got a little more down there in her chest floor in terms of her profile, but still a very high quality, sound structured, attractive heifer in second. Really a moderate heifer that's got some substance coming behind her, big rib kind of a female. I think that one that's sound enough in the way she goes. She's a little shorter through her front end, a bit deeper in her chest than the two heifers ahead of her, but really a nice cow prospect with a lot of rib. Just like to see her a little longer, more attractive through her front end. Young man does a good job with the heifer coming around next, really feminine front end female, big and bold in her center body, one that you'd like to change a little bit in terms of her hip design. Gets a little straight through her front end as well, but still a very high quality female. He does an excellent job with her. A moderate heifer that's a little shorter through her front end coming next. A lot of rib in her, just like to lengthen that neck, lengthen her hip a little bit as we compare to some of the head of her as a heifer. Heifers ahead of her today. Here's a stout made kind of a heifer, again, that just needs to be a little nicer balanced. Like to change the design of her hip, but really neat in terms of the muscle shape that she has down her top and through her quarter. Just a little rounder in that hip than is ideal for me today. Very nice profiling heifer, really looks good and attractive, long-bodied, long-fronted, one that needs more substance and volume, just wants to get a little tighter in her forerib, but very, very attractive. Then we have a moderate frame heifer coming behind her. It just needs more look and balance, maybe just a shot more grow and performance, but a very nice class of females.
Two useful bulls over here on the Red Angus side. The bigger, higher performing bull's going to win here. He's exceptionally long bodied. In fact, he's so long it almost takes a little bit away from his stride. But this bull's an attractive bull up through his front third. For as long as he is, I think he holds his spine together well when you get him to go. I'd like to change him a little bit out of his front end structurally, but I think he's a bull that's got a lot of good. The second place bull's a little bit more complete appearing. He's deeper sided. He gets outweighed by 500 pounds, and I think you add another 500 pounds on this bull, I think he'll have an advantage in structure because he wants to get just a little bit straighter up through that front end. I'd like to make him just a little bit more tone and masculine in his scrotal, but I think he's a bull that's got a lot of really, really good pieces in him, tremendous amount of muscle and square hipped.
Well, congratulations. Back over in ring 2, results of Class 5 for your Junior Angus show. First place exhibited by Cato Craft of Andarko, Oklahoma with Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 3095. Second place will go to Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma with Diamond T Georgina 3199. Third place was exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Fourth place in that class will go to Channing Lynn, Rushford, Minnesota. Fifth place Fifth place was exhibited by Gavin Cole Layton of Edmond, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. Seventh place, and congratulations to Ian Norman. Eighth place exhibited by Charlotte Boone, Owasso, Oklahoma. Now in the Angus ring is Class 6. Here in your Heifer show, back over to the Red Angus ring, results out of Class 86. Winner Bull Calves. First place went to Kip Wallace and Timber Creek Ranch with TWG Red Thorn K296. Second place in that class exhibited by Peacock Angus Ranch of Covington, Texas with PAR Hank the Tank 25K. Now in the Red Angus ring, Class 87, your final class here in our Fall Bull Calf division.
This class pairs up nicely. These two bulls belong together just in terms of masculinity and depth of body. With that, I think the bull that requires the least amount of guesswork needs to win this class. He's smoother up through his shoulder and he's smoother throughout. Holds himself together extremely well. I like the youthfulness of this bull. He's a wide base bull that's got plenty of muscle. I see this bull offering a lot of longevity. These two bulls also offer the most breed character in my mind. The bull here in second is really a rugged bull, and you got a set of cows that need thickened up and stoutened up. There's no question this is a useful, true herd bull, really well designed bull in terms of masculinity. Love how he's made through his head and crest, and love the top 2/3 of his body awfully well. He's just a little bit coarser throughout, primarily through his shoulder than the bull ahead of him, and the bull ahead of him's testicles probably sit a little bit more square. It'd never keep me from using this bull the way his testicles set, but they're just a little bit of twist compared to our class winner. It's extremely rugged and extremely heavy muscled, two really good individuals. Then we get into a pair of prettier bulls here that are really long and extended. I just see more dimension in this third place bull. I see more top. I see more depth to the center part of his rib as well. Testicles don't want to maybe hang as even as what I'd call desirable, but he's an exceptionally long bull that's got a really neat color pattern to him. He's dark and he's attractive, as well as the bull that concludes the class. He's got a little bit more sheath, and with that, he's just a little bit more extreme for me. A little bit straighter up on that front end. He's a big, high-performing bull. Probably has the smallest scrotal circumference of any bull in the lineup as well, but he's extremely big and growthy and a big frame bull that holds himself together extremely well for as big and long as he is.
Well, congratulations over in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 87 Senior Bull Calves. First place exhibited by Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces next, 95-62. Second place go to Wheeler Family Farm of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Third place went to Addison Vol, Forest, Mississippi. And fourth place exhibited by Premier Reds of Yukon, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select the champion reserve here in your Fall Bull Calf division.
On the Angus side, a little tougher class, maybe not that one that jumps out at you. I think these top 4, 5, 6 are sure nice females, but quite a bit of differences in type and kind. The heifer that's kind of the most of the best and the most complete to me is the heifer that wins the class. Just really nicely balanced, one of the better structured females in the class. She's sure adequate in her performance and her volume and her muscularity. She doesn't blow you away in that regard, but very complete. I think the most fault-free of these heifers at the top of the end of the class. The heifer in second's a little stouter. She's got a shot more muscle and bone. She gets a little off in her spine when you set her in motion, and I don't know if she's just fighting a halter today, but she gets a little up in her spine, a little lower in her pin set. She has an advantage of length through her front end, and I like that about her. Just like to change her skeleton a little bit when we set her in motion. Tremendously long-bodied feminine heifer coming next. One that their hip and hind leg design, a little shorter hip, maybe doesn't set that hind leg down with just perfect when we set her in motion, but very, very attractive from the side. Heifer coming next that's sure got some substance, really feminine up through her neck and head. Another one just like to change the way she goes when we set her in motion, but still a high-quality female in a real nice class. The young lady coming next has a very functional heifer. She's moderate, big rib, big-footed, not as attractive in her chest floor, not quite as long-necked as some of those ahead of her, but a useful, functional heifer with body. She's pretty structurally sound, just doesn't have quite as much look when we get her out on the profile. Long-fronted, really neat-looking heifer coming next. Needs a shot more in terms of center body, like to change the way she handles her hind leg in motion, but she's nicely presented, really good looking from the side, just like to change her structure a bit when we set her motion. A similar heifer coming next that's got a shot more volume than the female ahead of her, like to change her hip and hind leg just a bit as she goes around the ring. Moderate framed heifer that the young lady has, and I think one that's really cowy in her type, maybe a shot too moderate for this class. class. Like to lengthen her front end out, just see a little more future in that heifer as we go on down the road. Young man's got a muscular heifer coming next, gets a little more open and coarse about her shoulder, but sure got some shape and some look. Just doesn't put it together, especially as we read her through her shoulder. And then at the end of the class, a young man has a heifer that has got some body and some muscle, one that I'd just like to free her up on both ends of her skeleton.
A nice division of bulls. A lot of different ways you can go for your breeding programs over here. The most complete bulls, though, that fit me from masculinity and ruggedness, and what I think herd bulls need to look at are your first and second place bulls out of this last class. They'll be your division and reserve champion. Congratulations to all.
Well, congratulations over here in the fall bull calf division. Your champion in the red Angus ring will go to Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee with 3 aces next, 95-62. And reserve champion and congratulations, Wheeler Family Farm, Chickasha, Oklahoma with WFI Cowboy Kind, 25-50. Back over to the Angus ring, results out of Class 6. Here in your junior Angus ring, first place went to PVF Missy 3102, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Second place, exhibited by Annalise Nicole Mead of Barnett, Missouri. Third place will go to Allie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Ariel Elliott. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Jenna Reeder of Trenton, Missouri. Seventh place exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry. Eighth place went to Cecilia Ann Hulse. Ninth place in that class will go to Colin Robert Miller, and 10th place will go to Camden Upchurch. Well, now in your Angus ring, we're going to bring those first and seconds in. We'll select the champion reserve here in your junior heifer calf division 1.
Really a long extended single entry here, extremely attractive. I like the way this bull's neck ties into his shoulder, extremely long over his spine. Maybe it could be a little bit deeper, but a really high quality individual for a single entry class.
Well, congratulations. Back in the red Angus bull ring, result at Class 90 late summer yearling bulls. First place will go to Rance McIntyre of Sweetwater, Oklahoma with 4MC Stock Fund 2268E. We'll now look to see Class 91 over here in the red Angus ring.
Another single entry. It's a little bit greener in his kind, but really a good fronted bull and got a good angle to his shoulder, extremely square hip from his hooks to his pins, good enough on his feet and legs as well. We'll look at him again when we come back out with more competition.
Well, congratulations. Back to the red Angus bull ring. Results out of Class 91 summer yearling bulls. First place was exhibited by Tularosa Cattle Company of New Cordell, Oklahoma with JTVA Casanova 280K. We'll now bring those 2 single entries in. Select a champion reserve here in your intermediate division.
Oh, on the Angus side, a great set of heifers in this first division, and we got into these classes as they got older. The class got bigger, and the quality was excellent as we went through them. We get them back out here, and to me, there's 2 class winners that it comes down to, even though it's a really nice set of heifers. And I think that's Class 3 and Class 4. And they're slightly different in their type and kind. Class 3, she's the attractive heifer of the lineup, long fronted and feminine. I love the way her shoulder lays into her, the way she handles her knee, nice set to her hind leg, Asher adequate in her rib shape. You get behind her, she is not the most muscular heifer out here, but I think she's adequate in that regard. If you're to change her, maybe gets into her hock ever so slightly, but I think she's still very, very sound. Young man behind her from the 4th class really has a powerful heifer. Big bone, big footed female with a lot of volume, has a shot more muscle than the heifer directly ahead of her, and she still ties it together really in a neat package. She's probably a little farther along in terms of her condition than the heifer directly ahead of her, and maybe is not just ultra attractive through her front 1/3, but still a very well balanced female that has a shot more power. And I think not that these are the only 2 good females out here, there's multiple good ones, but these 2 I think is what it comes down to. We'll take one quick look at them and show you which way I like them, but congratulations to these exhibitors. Great set of cattle in this division.
Well, congratulations back over the Red Angus ring. Results of your intermediate division. Champion will go to Rance McIntyre of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with FMC Stock Fund 2268E, and reserve champion coming out of class 91 goes to Tularosa Cattle Company of New Cordell, Oklahoma. A reminder to our Red Angus exhibitors, if you are the top 2 bred and owned in your class, we are going to do a bred and owned bull drive at the conclusion of our regular bull drive. Again, if you're the top 2 bred and owned in your class, we are going to bring those back to select champion reserve bred and owned bull. Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Angus ring out of your first division of heifers, your champion, exhibited by Allison Friesen, Arnett, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Sandy Joe, 31-14. Reserve in that division will go to our Class 5 winner. That was back number 10,020. Seldom Rest Pinup Gale, 3095, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 7 over here in the Angus ring. We'd like to also congratulate here in your first division, your bred and owned junior heifer calf Division 1 champion, coming out of Class 4. That went to Grant Ward, Oak Grove, Missouri, with Valley's Oak Blackbird, 3219. Reserve champion bred and owned will go to Cody Robert York, Palestine, Illinois, with York Farms Proven Queen, 2326.
We get into these yearling bulls, and there's two really useful bulls here, but one just kind of separates himself. Love how big topped and how this bull handles his top when he's on the move. He's really full in his forerib. He's attractive up through that front end. Like the feet on this bull. Just a tremendous amount of good. He's good through his sheath. He's good in his testicles. He's a wide base bull. It's impressive when you get behind him. Second place bull here is extremely long. He doesn't balance out as nice in his underline or his hind leg, but I think you sure got to appreciate him for how long and extended and the power and the weight this bull has. That's a lot of weight for a bull this green. Two very impressive bulls.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 94 April Spring Yearling Bulls. First place exhibited by Han Cattle Service of Russell, Kansas, with Han Road Warrior 3K. Second place in that class will go to Brooks Cattle Company of Calumet, Oklahoma, with PZC Power Cowboy 405 ET. We're now going to welcome in Class 95. These are March Spring Yearling Bulls.
Some give and take in these bulls, but I don't think in terms of masculinity and muscle, it's maybe all that close. This bull that wins the class, he's not the biggest, highest performing bull we've seen yet, but I think he's really complete. I like this bull in his forearm. He's a rugged made bull. You get on that front 3/4 shot, and I think that's where it really separates this pair. He's just got more shape throughout, especially in his stifle and his hip. But with that, he's just got so much more authority up in his front end. Bull here in second, I really like the presentation of. He just gets a little bit flatter in his forerib and the way he's shaped up through that forearm. Doesn't have as much natural muscling over his top or back through his hip. Something's got him a little bothered out here. I'd like to see him relax just a little bit. He doesn't handle his top quite as comfortable as our class winner either. He is, from the outside, he looks like he's quite a bit heavier, and there's not much weight that separates those two bulls at all. Class winner's a very dense bull, and I appreciate him more for the shape he's in terms of composition.
On the Angus side, another really strong class and some very different cattle as we sort through them. The heifer that wins the class, I love her foot and bone, her structure, and how fresh she is. You read her through her chest. She's one of the leaner heifers out here, yet she still has enough mass and capacity, really nicely balanced. She doesn't have quite as much center body as some, but she doesn't have near as much condition as some of the others as well. The heifer in second is really neat on the profile. She's tremendous in terms of her lines, big top in her, very nicely presented. One that's on the other end of the spectrum. She reads quite a bit in her chest in terms of condition. Even though she carries it well, she's attractive through her front end. She's plenty far along for me today. And with that, she doesn't go off her front end quite as correctly as the heifer that wins the class, but still a really nice female. Heifer in third in terms of just profiles, probably as nice as there is in the class. Just beautiful fronted, nice sweep to her rib cage. Just an excellent heifer from the side. Maybe gets a little straighter as she goes off her front end. Maybe not as much shape in her, but very, very attractive female. The young man does a nice job of putting her together on the profile. Heifer on the other end of the spectrum is the heifer in fourth. Tremendously muscular, big top, big quartered, really round and bold in terms of her center bodied. She gives up some length of side, some length of hip to some of the other heifers ahead of her. Just like to raise her pin set and see her a little longer hip as we compare to some of those, but really a nicely presented, kind of a neat female. Just like to lengthen her out to getting higher in the class today. The young lady coming next has a tremendously big volume, long-sided, deep-sided, long-hipped heifer. She does a great job of putting her together out here. One that's maybe just a little much for me in terms of a heifer with a lot of performance. Just like to see a little more look and attractiveness, but tremendously big volume kind of a female. Still a lot of nice heifers as we coming down the line. A really attractive heifer. I'd just like to see her go a little different off her hind leg as we compare to some of the others out here, but a very high quality female. The young lady coming next has a big bodied heifer. I think one that's sound enough as she goes, a little plainer on the profile. She gives up some length through her front end, just has a little more down there in her chest floor in terms of her future, having some balance, but functional in her kind and really nice in her body. A good heifer coming out next that's got some foot and bone. She handles her spine when she gets out on the move. She gives up some center body volume to some of those ahead of her. Just one that I don't know has quite as much to her as some of those ahead of her today. A heifer that really high performing with a world of rib shape, big bone kind of a female, just needs to be more attractive. And then we have some heifers on down the line that give up some structure to some of the other heifers out here, maybe some performance, but a nice class of females, some tremendous heifers up there on the front end.
Three really good herd bulls over here. The bull that wins the class, I wish he was bigger outline, but he's about ideal made, and he gets around the ring with so much freedom and ease. He's a well-made bull that's really good up through that front end. He's as athletic as any bull we've seen yet. He's a bold sprung bull that's exceptionally thick, and he just gets around so much more limber than the two bulls behind him, and he's the heaviest muscled bull in here as well. So those things don't always go together. He's a masculine bull. I wish he had the size of the two bulls behind him, but I think he's ideal in his type and kind, and he's easy to look at, and he's easy to appreciate. Bull here in second I like a whole lot. He's really a long spine bull. He's square from his hooks to his pins, handles his top exceptionally well when you get him going too. He's not as thick, he's not as bold sprung, he just doesn't have as much muscle, and he's maybe even a little bit more restricted than the bull in first, out of his hip, but the bull here in third is extremely long, extremely attractive. The top 2/3 of this bull make you really, really appreciate him for how easy he is to look at. Like the presentation of this bull, they've done a good job with him. He's just a little bit flatter hip, especially from our class winner. And with that, I'd like to see him handle his hind leg better once he gets on the move. Needs to be a little straighter from his hock to the ground, and with that needs to be just a little bit looser design. But three really, really good bulls.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results from Class 95 March Spring Yearling Bulls. First place went to 7451 Cattle Company of Marshall, Oklahoma, Brown Farms, and Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with BWP DKBF Red Rock 214K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Mackenzie Mawson. We then brought in Class 96 February Junior Yearlings. First place will go to 7451 Cattle Company, Brown Farms, and Brett Pembroke with BWP DKBF Red Wave 59K. Second place exhibited by Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place exhibited by Kip Wallace and Harmony Hill. Now in the ring is Class 97. These are January Junior Yearling Bulls. Back over to the Angus ring, results from Class 7. First place was exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Saul Ellie 3491L. Second place will go to Ella Marie Jordan, Savannah, Missouri, with Moffett Lady 3002. Third place was exhibited by Brayden Mason with 360 Pure Pride 3106. Fourth place exhibited by Selby Hulse. Fifth place and congratulations in that class will go to Lucy Carmen. Sixth place went to Blair Heath. Seventh place exhibited by Sache Dowling. Eighth place went to Suter Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Ninth place was exhibited by Garrett Green. 10th place in that class will go to Denton Darrell Cook. And 11th place went to Cassidy Eagleberger. Now in the rings, Class 8 here in your Junior Angus show.
Three really good bulls that differ in type and kind, and the bull that wins the class is most different of the three, but I think that's an advantage for him because I think he's the most masculine. I think he's the boldest sprung. I think he's as thick and as dense and as easy flesh and many in the three as well. The other two bulls might be a little bit prettier, but I don't think this bull's undesirable there one bit because he's got plenty of look for how robust he's made relative to the class. He's a wide-based bull. I like the underline in, like the substance of this bull, and that's what gets him over the two bulls behind him. Bull here in second's really a big outline, long, attractive, masculine-made bull with plenty of muscle shape relative to the way he's made. I think that's unique in this bull's package because he does have a lot of shape to him. He's adequate in terms of bone. He doesn't get around the ring as good as our class winner. He's a little bit looser sheathed as well. I'd like to make him just a little bit better out of his shoulder and his front end as we ask him to go. But like I say, that bull's just ripped with muscle. And he's got more shape and more testicle development than the bull here in third. And I think he gets off of his hind two a little bit better as well. But the biggest thing is how much more shape he's got to his top and his hip when we compare those two that are second and third.
Well, congratulations in your final class here in our junior division. First place exhibited by Bradley Cattle of Marshfield, Missouri, Twin Willow Farms, and J6 Incorporated. Second place was exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Third place, Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve junior bull.
Really a good lineup of bulls here, all very useful, all extremely unique breeding pieces. Just what true herd bulls look like. It kind of comes down for you as breeders on the outside what you need in your herd, because I think there's so much use in all these bulls out here. Bull out of the first class up here, he's really the big, long, extended, high-performing bull. When you get him to go, I think he does a good job getting around for having this much size and length. Like how he is over his top and back through his hip. Love the feet on this bull, the angle to his sheath. He's a humongous testicled bull. I don't think it's a disadvantage at all, but he's really bully looking with added look. He's big hipped, he's square hipped, and he's well presented. The next two bulls really fit together in type and kind and color and size. Very unique bulls. You can see fitting a lot of different cow herds. Extremely useful. They're a direction you can tell of breeders that want them a little bit more moderate, that want them super complete. Just extremely attractive bulls too, for not being any bigger outline than what they are. But I like these bulls a whole lot. They got some added look to them for their build. They're deep-sided. They're very shapy bulls. Tremendous amount of muscle and base width. The bull up here out of the second class might be just a little bit more attractive. He might be a little bit more up in his pasterns, which is an advantage. Tons of shape, jump muscle. Like the composition these bulls are in as well, too, for coming out here in the show ring. Extremely good bulls that I'm sure can fit a lot of cows in terms of wanting to moderate them a little bit more and put more shape to them. High quality individuals. The bull here out of the last class I like a whole lot. I like on the stand still extremely good. He wants to give in his pastern just a little bit when you get him to go. I don't think it's enough to really get him beat for that. He's a little bit straighter in his shoulder, but he's a long extended bull, and he fits together good with our division champion. That'll be the bull out of the first class, will be division champion. This bull right here will be reserve. They fit together extremely good. They break together in pairs out here, and that's not really what we're going to be searching for all day. They don't have to pair up. We're going to put the most good up. But in this particular case, the bulls that pair up well will be champion and reserve. Yep.
Oh, on the other Angus side, another very good but very challenging class. Two heifers I like extremely well that are very different in terms of their parts and pieces. They're very different in terms of their body condition, but I think they both easily have the most quality of the heifers out here in this class. The female that wins is easy to see is the power heifer. She's big volume, she's big bone, she's big footed. Yet with that, she's very nicely balanced. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. She's long hipped, just a really complete extra stout female. Now when you watch her walk, she rolls a little on her front end. I'd like to change that. Probably wouldn't mind leaning her up just a little bit for a heifer of her age, but she's just so powerful and balanced and sound enough that I think she has to come to the top of the class. The heifer in second is beautiful on the profile. She is so youthful, has nice shape to her ribs, so good in her lines, so nicely presented, nicely shown. She gets a little straight in her shoulder, and if I could change that about her, she gets a little straight and over in her knee wants to twist out. Obviously doesn't have quite as much substance and stoutness as the heifer that wins the class, but I love her balance and eye appeal. I really appreciate her freshness and her condition as well. Big volume heifer coming next, and one that I like the way she can get out and go, especially off of her hind leg. Just gets a little plainer through her chest, just doesn't have the balance quite as the heifers ahead of her, but still a very high quality female. Good heifer in fourth that's got some bone and some foot, pretty complete in terms of her profile, gets a little tighter in her top and struggles a little more when we set her in motion, and that's what I'd like to change. Still a good heifer coming around next, another one that could change her a little bit in balance. I think if we'd freshen her up, got enough condition on her that it kind of takes some balance out of her as you read her through her front end, but that heifer's got rib and some look, still a very, very good female. A bit more moderate heifer coming next, one that just doesn't want to get out and go, so we can really see how she could travel. I'd like to extend extend her through her front end just a bit as well. Big framed heifer that's intriguing. She's long necked. She's big boned and big footed, and that's really, I like that about her. Just like to change her through her forerib. She gets a bit tighter, change the design of her hip just a little bit, but really some intriguing pieces there. Just doesn't put it all together quite as well as some of the others ahead of her. A good heifer coming next that's a little straight on both ends, but really bold in terms of her center body. And then as we come on down the line, some heifers that give up some performance or some structure, but a good class of females. Two good ones at the front end, very, very different, but a lot of quality in both.
Really a unique single entry over here on the Red Angus Bull side. I think this bull is unique because this is a case where having them bigger and heavier is not a deficit at all. I think it's unique. You get a bull that weighs 2,700 pounds that is that good, clean jointed, that holds himself together that good, that gets around the ring good, that has such good feet, leg, and joints. I think you can have bigger frame cattle for sure because he'll be able to hold himself together and keep himself efficient. Really a big, long, extended, attractive bull that has a tremendous amount of good in him.
Well, congratulations back in the Red Angus ring. Results of your junior bull division. Your champion exhibited by Han Cattle Service of Russell, Kansas, with Han Road Warrior 3K reserve in that division. We'll go to Bradley Cattle, Twin Willow Farms, and J6 Incorporated with J6 Bulletproof 542K. We then brought in Class 101 Summer Yearling Bulls. First place exhibited by Northline Angus with Red Northline Meatloaf. Now in the ring will be Class 102. These are 2-year-old bulls. This will be your final class in our Red Angus Bull Show. Back over to the Junior Angus ring. Results in Class 8. First place and congratulations went to Annalise Nicole Mead of Barnett, Missouri with Hillard Mead Pride Ever 306. Second place in that class will go to Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri with L.K. Wilkes Frontier Gal 335.33. Third place was exhibited by Bo Ivan Buckwald of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Carson Pack of Stephenville, Texas. Fifth place exhibited by Haley Grace Walker of Potts Camp, Mississippi. Sixth place went to Hayden Million. Seventh place, and congratulations, will go to Ben Selmeyer. Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. 10th place was exhibited by Brant Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Now in the rings, Class 9 here to Junior Angus Show. Well, we'd like to take a moment to welcome some special guests here to the Jim Norick Arena and Cattlemen's Congress. We have some folks here with us from Scotland, Mexico, Argentina, and South Africa. If you have any international folks here with us that would like to join us in the international suite above the Jim Norick sign at the far end of the arena, we invite you to join us up there for a drink and watch the show.
Bull that wins this class does so just on balance and how he gets around the ring. I like this bull's presence, like him in terms of his composition. He's a bull that puts the other two bulls together. He's got some length to him. He's got some shape to him. He doesn't weigh as much as our second place bull here, but I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. And like I say, I think he's more comfortable, especially off of his hind legs when you get him to go. Along with that, he's a big-footed bull. It's big testicles, and he's got a tremendous amount of good in him. I like the way this bull's been fed. He's very fresh. He's just a very, very complete type of bull. The bull here in second is a big, striking, stunning individual, especially on the standstill. He's a big, long, extended bull. I think can improve a lot of cows within any breed. I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. When we get him to go, I just wish you could handle his hind legs just a little bit different. I don't think he's as full in his forerib or flank as our bull that wins the class either. I'd like to make him just a little bit more mobile off of his hind too, but you sure got to respect a lot of things about the bull. This class is so good that when this bull come in here, I thought, boy, this will make a nice class winner, I bet you, because the bull is awfully good. He's awfully thick. He's obviously very athletic. He's a good kind of a bull. But when you are leading him and when he is going, I'd like to maybe just make him a little bit looser design. He probably takes the shortest stride any bull in the class. Like to give him just a little bit more bone too to match the density and mass of everything above that, because he's a very thick-made bull. He's very bold sprung. Just doesn't balance out as nice as the two bulls ahead of him.
Well, congratulations. Back over the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 102. Those are 2-year-old bulls. First place exhibited by FM Cattle, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with WDZ CCR Xbox 1015. Second place and congratulations go to Bella Wadey and Kip Wallace with Kip J301 Sharp Dressed Man. And third place and congratulations Benjamin Edwards of Fairview, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring that final division in. Our judge will select his champion reserve senior bull.
Three really good herd bulls out here that I think can offer a lot to the breed, to specific herds. It's just kind of what direction you want to go. But I think the bull that balances out the nicest and the most complete for me is this bull here out of the last class. In fact, him and the second place bull will be champion reserve in this particular division. Very useful bulls. I really like that big high performing bull too. And like I say, if a big bull can handle his joints and everything that good at that kind of weight, then you don't have to worry about him being too big because he's awfully complete and he's obviously very efficient. You use these bulls how you like in your own program. This is how they line up in the show ring for me.
Well, congratulations back to the Red Angus ring. Results of your final division. Your champion reserve will both come out of our 2-year-old class. Your champion went to FM Cattle of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with a WDZ CCR Xbox 1015. Reserve champion, congratulations, will go to Bella Wadey and Kip Wallace with Kip J301 Sharp Dressed Man. Well, we're going to clear ring one. We'll get started with your Grand Bull Drive here in a Red Angus show at Cattlemen's Congress.
Another excellent class on the Angus show, and really like these top three. The heifer that wins the class, she's the easiest part of these three for me. Just beautifully balanced. I love her front end, her shoulder, her body. Just fits together so complete. I think she's probably the soundest of these top three as well. Just got enough of everything with a really nice look and really nice on the move. The heifer in second is stout. She's wide and got a lot of shape. Big and bold in her rib. Pretty nice in terms of balance. Probably has plenty of condition on her for me today, but she's powerfully built and still very attractive from the side. Maybe just like to lean her up just a skosh, but a lot of power and look in that female. Nice heifer in third that has an advantage in terms of being fresher than the heifer in second. She's not one to act quite right today, but I'd just like to lengthen her hip and raise her pin set just a little bit. I think that's the difference between her and the two heifers ahead of her today. As we come on down the line, still a lot of nice females in this class. Here's a heifer that's nice when we get her out on the profile. Doesn't handle her front end quite as well when we set her in motion, but the young lady does a great job of putting her together in terms of her balance. Another one really good from the side, really nice fronted and feminine, very well presented. We set her in motion. She struggles just a little bit off both ends of her skeleton. Nice female coming next, and I think she has an advantage in length of stride over some of the heifers ahead of her. Just simply needs more body volume and capacity capacity to be any higher in the class today. Big volumed heifer coming next that's stout boned and big footed, just not as attractive in terms of her balance as we read her through her front 1/3. And we come on down the line, some nice females that give up some things in terms of structure or balance, but a really good class.
Well, congratulations in the junior Angus ring. Results of Class 9. First place exhibited by Kelsey Ray Feast of Leavenworth, Kansas, with Seldom Rest Sandy 3071. Second place was exhibited by Cohen Novinsky of Easton, Kansas, with Moffett Lady 3001. Third place and congratulations went to Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Madison Colson of Rockwell City, Iowa. Fifth place will go to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Sixth place was exhibited by Seth Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. Seventh place and congratulations, Jarrah Johnson, Blossom, Texas. Eighth place exhibited by Weston Michael Haig. Ninth place was exhibited by Dylan Casaroto. 10th place in that class exhibited by Scarlett Carney, and 11th place exhibited by Adrian Bryant. Now in the Angus ring is Class 10. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, currently in Ring 1, we have your grand drive of your Red Angus Bull Show. If we could please go ahead and put our hands together for all our Red Angus exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Special thank you, Mr. Jason Hoffman, for starting our show this morning.
You as breeders and exhibitors should be extremely proud of yourselves for putting a lineup of bulls like this out here. You know, maybe you don't think it's your biggest show, but it'd be hard pressed to find one more impressive. These bull shows aren't as big as they used to be, breed for breed. But this is a unique offering of bulls. There's so many different directions you can go. They look like true herd bulls to me. I love the masculinity that this breed possesses, and I think what makes Red Angus cattle unique is you can get your bulls to look like bulls and your females to look like females. I love the efficiency of this breed. We buy a lot of commercial heifers from customers too, and it's always worth the gamble on red baldy females that are on the greener side, because your cattle are so efficient in terms of puberty and fleshing ability that those greener heifers always catch up and breed up with the bigger, more mature heifers. And when they are mature, they're my favorite heifers to look at, those red baldy heifers. And a lot of it's because your breed offers so much efficiency. They're so maternal. They're so efficient in terms of conception rate. There's just a lot of value. I think you should be very proud. And then you enter a show ring into things, and you think you got to give up more to get more look and things like that out here in these bulls, but that's not the case, because these bulls can fit both scenarios, and I think your breed balances out very well there. And you really have to give this lineup a round of applause. And why don't you give them a round of applause for such a unique set of bulls? From the calf all the way down to the big bull, you can see why people would want to buy semen and use these bulls. This calf here, when he first come out this morning, I thought, man, he could be a little bit sappier. But when you study this bull, and like I said, in class and division, and you get on top of him, he's impressive. And he doesn't give up too much middle or too much ruggedness at all. He looks like what a calf should look like to me. He's youthful up through that head and neck. You get on top of him, he transmits as much muscle shape and as much hip as any bull in this class. Could he handle his hind leg a little bit better out here? Maybe. Is it ever going to be a problem? Absolutely not. That's a wide base bull. It's got a lot of good in him. I like him a whole lot, and he's the kind you'd want to pull out to feed, to have out here in the ring. You can see that bull making both bull calves and extremely good heifers. The bull here out of the second division, he's rugged, he's loose constructed, he's loose made, he's huge testicled, he's good footed, he's good in his joints. He stands a little awkward out here at times. He almost acts like he wants to break a little bit right there behind the shoulder, but to me that's almost a good thing, because it shows the growth curve this bull still has in him. I think this bull's going to get after it. I think he's going to be impressive. I don't ever think he's going to be broken topped and right there behind that shoulder at all. I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. He's very rugged. He looks like what a bull should look like to me, and he looks and weighs what a bull calf should weigh. The bull out of the third division just so complete, and that's what beats the bull that was behind him. He's smoother up in that shoulder. He's an extremely level design, well-balanced package. He might not have the most of everything, but he fits together extremely well. He's pretty good through that sheath. He's very thick when you get behind him, and he's good from his hooks to his pins. Really a long, extended bull that's lean in his composition, still got some ruggedness to him. Good enough on his feet and legs. Tremendous amount of shape in this bull with some added look. The bigger spring yearling bull here, he's what a bull should look like. He acts like a bull. He moves like a herd bull. He gets out here. He catches your eye. You get on top of him. Love how he's made in his forerib. Love how he is over his top and through his hip. He's humongous testicled. And I think he's as good a footed and as good a structured bull as we have in the lineup. Big senior yearling bull comes out of an impressive class and then even a more impressive division. This bull I like the balance of. I like the composition they have him in for this stage of the game. He's not the biggest, highest performing bull we've seen. He's probably not the heaviest muscled bull we've seen, but I love the design of this bull. To me, this bull offers a tremendous amount of maternal traits. He offers a tremendous amount of cavities, the way he's made through that neck and shoulder. Obviously, I have no idea what the EPDs line up, but that's the thing that tells me that this bull's unique in his own right to be able to hold his own out here and be that slick design up through that front end. Made as smooth through his shoulder and his composition as any bull we've seen. I really mean it when I say that you should be very proud as breeders, and you should be very thankful for these exhibitors to put together such an awesome show for you. I'll go out and pick a champion in reserve.
The Angus side, another very strong class. We've got a heifer to lead off with that is dominating in some regards, just her volume and stoutness, foot and bone, yet she's still probably also the nicest balanced heifer in the class. Really, the biggest thing that I'd change about her is I'd like to lean her up. I think she got plenty on her, and this might sound odd, but she's got plenty of base width. You read her through her chest and you watch her go behind. I don't know if we need that much base width, but that's a nice heifer that's attractive and stout, and I think she's pretty dominating in this class. Heifer in second is quite a bit fresher in terms of her condition. I like that about her. She's bold in her rib, and she balances nicely on the profile. She needs more fore rib if she's going to compete with for ahead of her. Maybe just like to change her front leg and her knee a little bit as well. Just an eye-appealing heifer coming next, one that I'd like to change the design of her hip, but she's got some body, she's got some look, some foot, and some bone. Just like to change her hip design to get her any higher class today. Functional heifer with some rib that gets out off her hind leg, just a little plainer in her front 1/3 coming around next, but I appreciate her condition and her functionality, just not quite as attractive as some of those ahead of her here in the lineup today. So come on down the line, one of the really good looking heifers coming next. Clean fronted, nicely presented, really good in her lines. There's just not as much of her. She gives up some center body and some bone, but really an attractive kind of a female, one that gets a little short at the ground as well. Big bodied heifer that's very intriguing, probably just a little more heifer than what's ideal for me, but still a lot of quality in that female. And as we come on down the line, some heifers that are nice females, give up some things in terms of structure and balance, but a very good class. Another solid class in our Angus show today.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring, your grand champion, Red Angus Bull, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Go to Hahn Cattle Service, Russell, Kansas, with Hahn Road Warrior 3K. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Red Angus Bull, here in Oklahoma City, goes to Rosebud Cattle Company with WD Rose Johnny Cash, 342. Again, congratulations to all of our Red Angus Bull exhibitors. We are going to do a bred known drive at this time. We're going to need all of those that were first and seconds, or the top two bred known out of each class, to come back, select grand reserve, bred known Red Angus Bull. Back over in the Angus ring, results out of class 10. You heard your junior Angus show. First place exhibited by Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois, with Henning BC2 Sandy 3012. Second place, and congratulations go to EXAR Princess 3707, exhibited by Eleanor Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Jillian Bryant of Columbia, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Eli Naylor of Balco, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Tucker Scott Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Sixth place went to Abigail Koenig of DeLone, Texas. Seventh place, and congratulations, Kate Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Eighth place, exhibited by Emery Fisher. Ninth place in that class, and congratulations go to Cameron Hemstra. Now in ring 2's class 11 here in your junior Angus show.
Now this is really impressive to have a bred and owned show. You know, the youth obviously is driving all this for all of us, especially when you get into the heifer show. You might take the bull show for granted a little bit, but we have a reserve division out here. We have a class winner out here. We have a second place out here. We have a third place out here. Another division winner. It's impressive. And this is, you know, a lot of people say, well, these junior shows are just taking over. Well, yeah, they are, because the juniors are driving it. And, you know, 90% of the heifers that are shown usually anymore are junior-owned heifers. And that's the exciting part, because it's added a whole new value and level of competitiveness to these shows. But when you can get bulls out here this good, I think it's pretty awesome. But your champion bull will be this fall bull right here. He won his division earlier, and then for reserve, we're going to go with our reserve calf from the open show up here too. Extremely high quality individuals you can see working in a lot of different scenarios.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring for your bred and owned bull drive. Your champion, Annie Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces next, 95-62. Reserve champion will go to your reserve champion, Spring Bull Calf. Congratulations. Camden Walter, Elk City, Oklahoma, with WLTR El Hombre 11 LET. We're going to take a short break over here in the Red Angus ring for photos. We'll return back with your female show momentarily.
On the Angus side, another real good class, very, very deep, probably as good from top to bottom as any class that's come through today. A nice female to win. Again, she's not probably the most of anything, but I think she's the most complete. Just beautiful in terms of her eye appeal, fresh in her condition, sound in her structure, nice foot and bone with enough body and enough muscle, just very, very complete. The heifer in second is extremely attractive, one of the feminine, also fresh conditioned heifers in the class. Standing, one of the really good ones. We set her in motion. She's a little straight on her front end and struggles just a little bit in that regard, and I think that makes it pretty easy to put her second behind the heifer at the top. Good female, and a bit of a problem to me coming next. Long-bodied, big-bodied, long-necked, and attractive. I think one that's pretty good at the ground. She kind of comes apart behind her shoulder in terms of her forerib. She's a little more open in her blades. I'd just like to change that about her, and I think she would be really tough towards the top of this class. Heifer coming next, another big-bodied, easy-fleshing heifer, one that carries plenty of condition for me as you read her down in her chest. She gets a little higher in her tail head, and maybe we could extend her stride just a little bit, but I like the mass that she has, and she still holds it together pretty well when you get her out in terms of her balance. A young lady has a nice heifer coming next, long-bodied, got some rib, perfect in terms of her condition, not as attractive up front, maybe doesn't blend quite as nicely into her forerib, but still a good female. Moderate frame heifer coming next that's packed with muscle, nice looking, needs some rib shape, like to loosen her up in terms of her stride just a little bit as well. A big high performing heifer coming next, just like to change her hind leg and the way she handles it when we set her in motion. We come on down the line, still some good heifers, gave up a little look in this class, but a very high quality class, good females from end to end.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 over here in the Junior Angus ring. First place exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska with KLM Missy 2368. Second place exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place will go to Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Fourth place was exhibited by Elise Engel of Colfax, Iowa. Fifth place went to McCaney Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. Sixth place exhibited by Jessa Lynn Hudson. Seventh place, and congratulations, Sienna Hutchins. Eighth place exhibited by Hayden Mullen. Ninth place in that class went to Hunter William Miller. Well, now let's see Class 12 here in your Junior Angus ring. This will be the final class before we select our Division II Junior Heifer Calf Champion Reserve. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to get started in Ring 1 with your National Open Red Angus Percentage Show. Your first class in the ring will be May Heifer Calves.
Two really good heifers here, but an extra special class winner to start this percentage show. Man, you can see this heifer making a big heifer like no other as well. She's so sound. She's got the right sweep to her rib, very angular up through her front end. If you were going to go pick one for your kids, this is the kind to feed long term and get ready. This heifer will be a lot of fun for this young lady. Extra sharp in so many areas. Not to take anything away from this other heifer that's colored like her. This is a really, really good kind of a heifer that's just really sharp up through that front end. She's very good in terms of her rib for this age and stage of the game. She's youthful, got plenty of muscle, just doesn't balance out and have all the sharp features of our class winner. Two really high quality females.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Red Angus percentage females. First place will go to Legend Cooper of Anadarko, Oklahoma with TLBTCH5R, Jaded 310L. Second place, and congratulations, Jones County Junior College with LL Miss Cherry Limeade. We'll now bring in Class 2. These will be April heifer calves.
Pretty special single entry. Presentation's excellent on an excellent heifer. A lot of good pieces, and like our last class winner, you can see this heifer making a big heifer as well. So sharp up through that front end. Transmits plenty of rib. She's level designed, good enough on her feet and legs. We'll look at her again when she comes back in here for division.
Well, congratulations. First place in Class 2 April heifer calves will go to Logan Michael of Paragould, Arkansas with SFF 321L. We're now going to bring your final class in of our spring calf division. These will be March heifer calves.
Oh, another really nice class on the Angus side. I think some good heifers, a little give and take here on the front end. Heifer that wins the class is when you set them in motion. That's where she excels. She's the heifer that can walk with her head up. She can bend her hind legs. She's got some foot and bone. She's adequate in terms of her rib. I really like the condition that she's in. Maybe for her to change her, I'd like to lengthen her hip and raise her pin set just a little bit. But really a sound structured, eye appealing heifer that's correctly conditioned today. Heifer in second is nice on the stand. She's beautifully presented. She's good in her lines. She's longer hip than our class winner. She's one that when we set her in motion, she drops her pins and doesn't want to lift her head up. She just can't reach quite as nicely off her front end. But a high quality female, very nicely presented, and I think her freshness puts her over the heifer in third. The female in third is powerful. It's easy to see. There's a lot of volume, a lot of length of body. She's one that struggles a bit off her front end. She has a little more condition on her, and I think that takes away from her look. Maybe just like to smooth her up through her shoulder as well. Just a functional kind of a heifer coming next, one that doesn't wow you in any regard, but I think she has less problems than some of the other heifers as we come on down the line. Very attractive female next, one that shows you a nice look from the profile, gives up just some mass as we compare to some of those heifers at the top of the class and wants to drop her pins on the move as well. A big volume female coming next. A lot of performance, just struggles a little bit in terms of her movement. Sure like to change that about her. As we come on down the line, a heifer that's big boned and real big footed, gives up some balance and doesn't put herself together quite as nicely as some ahead of her. And then we get into some females that give up some things in terms of structure and balance. Overall, a nice class, but I think a little more give and take than some of the other classes we've had today.
Really good females over here. The heifer that wins the class has definitely got more shape throughout. Along with that, she's still got the same kind of look and pattern of our second place heifer. I think these are two really, really high quality females. This heifer's probably wanting to spit a little bit more hair and doesn't look quite as fresh as our second place heifer in some ways. But I think when you break it down, the extra shape and the muscle that balances out with all that femininity, this class winner is very, very unique. The second place heifer here I like a whole lot. She gets just a little bit flatter in her hip and her lower quarter than our class winner, but I like the balance and the symmetry of this heifer, how she's made through her front end, how deep she is through her forerib and flank, exceptionally level out to her hooks and her pins. And when we get them to go, she could be just a little bit more fluent. On the standstill, she looks exceptionally sound off those hind two, but she could just be a little bit looser design off of her hind leg today. The heifer here that concludes the class, I like the top line of this heifer extremely good. She fits good behind her shoulder and she got some added shape and muscle and stifle. She doesn't have the sweep to her rib or the natural depth as the heifers ahead of her. She isn't quite as feminine headed either, but this is a really, really good kind of a heifer to be third place. Just an exceptionally good class.
Well, back over to the Angus ring. Results out of Class 12, your final class here in Division 2. First place exhibited by Danny Mason with 360 Diane, 3302. Second place was exhibited by Allison Davis of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Third place in that class exhibited by Kylie Wingy of Cisco, Texas. Fourth place, and congratulations, goes to Cade Hendricks. Fifth place was exhibited by Mallory Yoakley. Sixth place went to Westlyn Elliott. Seventh place will go to Aislinn Jensen. Eighth place was exhibited by Lane Christopher Pellerin. Ninth place went to Bracy Leanne Cagle. 10th place exhibited by Brady York. 11th place in that class, Callie Wilborn. Now in ring 2, we have all of your first and seconds out of Division 2 of our junior heifer calves. Back to the percentage Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 3. First place exhibited by Reese McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma with MF KD 347, 477. Second place was exhibited by Elise Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Third place went to Katie Berry, Canton, Texas. Now in ring 1, our judge is going to select his spring calf champion reserve.
Really a tremendous lineup of heifer calves, so much future in each one of these females out here, and they're ready to come to town too, what's unique. But when you get out here in these heifer calves, you just ask yourself, which one would I want to pick and lead and have your own kids or clients' kids exhibit. And it gets tough there because all 3 of these heifers are going to be really, really good long term. But for me, I like this little yellow heifer up here out of the first class, the baby of the lineup. She'll be your division champion. I just see so much good in her. She's got the added look. I love the baby calf look to her. I love the ribs she's got for as green as she is. Awesome through her hip structures. No question she's going to stay sound. All you got to do is take it easy and just keep feeding this heifer and working on her, because I think she's going to be really, really special as she goes. Then for reserve, we're going to follow up with the heifer out of our last class here. I think we need to get some more muscle back in these cattle, and this heifer dang sure has it with added look. And our class, or our division champion, has plenty too. This heifer's a little bit further along, and she's a little bit more obvious that way, but to have that much to her and be able to get around as good as she is, I think is very, very unique.
Well, congratulations in the percentage Red Angus show and your first division spring calf champion. We'll go to Legend Cooper of Anadarko, Oklahoma with TLBT CH5R Jaded 310L. And reserve champion exhibited by Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see Class 4. This will also be your junior heifer calf division.
Nice prospect here. This heifer's plenty good when you get her around. She's got plenty of rib. She's long, extended, and she's got some added shape to her.
Well, congratulations on the percentage Red Angus side. Your junior heifer calf champion exhibited by Avery Covisto of Cromwell, Minnesota with BJF Farah 3020L. We'll now look to see your fall heifer calf division. This will be one class, winter heifer calves.
On our spring heifer calf division, boys, some excellent heifers out here, both first and second place, and we had some classes that were 4 or 5 deep, really good ones. The heifers, we get them back out There's a lot of quality in all of them, but some differences. The heifer that won the first class was sound, with some foot and bone, really attractive in her build, one that's very fresh in her condition, maybe as lean as any of these class winners, yet still has something to her. A nice female, maybe not quite there yet, but a lot of future in that heifer, one that I like very well. Heifer that won the second class is the most powerful one in terms of foot and bone. She's big-bodied. She's good in her lines. She borderlines on enough for me, for a heifer of that age, but still she has a lot of quality with all that power, and I think one that you have to look at today. Now, whether or not all of that is going to work in the future, I think it will, because she handles herself as she gets around the ring, but that's a powerful heifer that's very, very attractive. The heifer from 3 is really neat in terms of her look. One of the real feminine, clean-made heifers in the class, another heifer that can get out and travel. She's sure adequate in her rib shape. She's got more width when you get behind her than you would think. You would think she'd be a little flatter, but she's got some top and she's got some width through her hip. Maybe not as heavy structured as a couple of the heifers out here, but really a nice package in terms of her look and having enough to her in terms of rib and body. A heifer coming from the 4th class is another one of the powerful heifers in terms of a tremendous amount of volume, another big bone, big footed female that still has some look. One of the good heifers out here. I'd like to clean up her condition a little bit for a heifer of this age, but still a lot of quality in that heifer and obviously a lot of power. A nice complete heifer in the following class. So we get down here, the second to last class, just very, very complete. She's not the longest fronted. She's not the most probably of anything, but a fault-free female that's good in her line. She's got enough rib, enough muscle, and a real nice look with adequate structure when we set her in motion. And the young lady at the end of the class or end of this division is really a unique heifer, extremely long-fronted, one of the other really fresh heifers in terms of her condition, and I like that. A really nice hind leg on this heifer with some foot and bone and some set to her hock. She's got enough center body, a little long face for me. I'd like to change that about her and maybe raise her up just a little in her pin set, but a lot of neat things about her, and I think a great set of females. I'll show you the 2 that I like best today, but congratulations to these exhibitors, outstanding cattle all the way through this division.
Really a nice class of percentage females over here. The most complete, most robust, most powerful female wins the class. Wide base, plenty sound, a lot of look, just super cowy too in her rib and substance. Very high quality female. Substance sorts second and third as well. This heifer's just got a little bit more to her. Both these heifers could be a little bit deeper, but I just see more heifer and more efficiency in the second place heifer. Really a long, extended, heavy muscled heifer here in third. Just gets a little bit more tubular in her build.
Well, congratulations. Back over the red Angus ring. Class 5 winner heifer calves for your percentage show. First place will go to Morgan Jackson, Kaufman, Texas with XTB Little Red Wagon K094. Second place exhibited by Cameron Parrish, El Dorado Springs, Missouri with ALT 111K. And third place, and congratulations, Jillian Sherman, Sharon, Oklahoma. Those will also be your Champion Reserve Fall Heifer calves. We're now going to bring in Class 6 over here in Ring 1. These will be Summer Yearling Heifers. And congratulations, back over in the Junior Angus ring. Your Division II champion goes to Selton Rest Sandy, 3071, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Thies of Leavenworth, Kansas.
Nice class winner here. Balances out so complete. She's very cowy. She's an efficient built female. She's definitely more moderate, but I think with that, she's just so much deeper. She's better balanced in our second place heifer and laid in smoother at her shoulder. Second place heifer is a big, high performing, long extended female, just a little bit coarser, doesn't have that natural sweep to her rib. She wants to open up, and she's got a little bit more in terms of composition than what one might realize as well. Like to tone her down a little bit and just give her more honest sweep underneath.
Well, congratulations back to the percentage Red Angus Ring Intermediate Champion Heifer. We'll go to Jackson Staggs, Wayne, Oklahoma, with HTP Carrot Cake 274K. And Reserve Intermediate Champion will go to Jillian Sherman, Sharon, Oklahoma. Your next class in will be Class 8. These are March Spring Yearling Heifers. Well, congratulations back in the Junior Angus Ring. Results of Division II, your reserve champion will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with SULLLE 3491L. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors in your calf Division II. We're now going to welcome in Class 13 here in the Junior Angus Ring. A correction on that over here in Ring 2. We're going to bring those bred and owns in, select a bred and owned Junior Heifer Calf Division II champion and reserve.
Really a complete heifer here to win this division. Just an awesome build to this heifer. I like the presentation to her as well. Just a lot of natural substance and rib, and she gets around just fine. Got some natural muscling in her as well. I think she's very, very unique, extremely cowy. Looks like she'll have a neat little udder too. I like just the build and the fundamentals of this heifer matched with some extra look. The second place heifer is very good in her own right. She's a wide-based heifer. It's dang sure got some hip in her, a little bit more stale in her composition. Not quite as big in her vulva as what we'd like to see, but a very, very complete heifer that's deep-sided.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the percentage Red Angus show, your senior intermediate champion will go to Emery Bowers of Yukon, Oklahoma, with PBRS KC 2120K. And reserve champion will go to Braille Johnson of Clinton, Oklahoma, with BKC 3CK01. Now in the ring will be your final class of percentage Red Angus. This is Class 9 February Junior Yearlings.
You get single entry here for as deep and as massive as she is, and for as much hip as she's got. She's extremely angular up through that front end. I like how her parts blend together. This is a very, very high quality heifer. Good job, man.
And congratulations, your junior champion heifer exhibited by Rory Jenkins of Lebanon, Missouri, with 5L Rulee. We're now going to bring all those division champion and reserves back into the ring, and our judge will select a grand and reserve grand champion, percentage Red Angus female. Well, back to the Angus ring. Your champion, bred and owned in that last division, exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Reserve champion will go to Annalise Nicole Mead of Barnett, Missouri. Again, congratulations to our bred and owned exhibitors. We're now bringing in Class 13 in the Junior Angus ring. For those of you here in the Jim Norick Arena, let's put our hands together for the percentage Red Angus exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Really another exciting division to offer to your Red Angus show here. You know, no disrespect, I didn't even know you guys had a percentage show, but if you can add this much quality into something like this, I'd say keep it up. Your numbers will get bigger because these heifers could be very, very competitive in any percentage show of any breed. This is an exciting lineup of heifers, all the way from our little baby calf all the way to our big heifers there. There's a couple that stick out to me, and it'd be this dark red heifer here out of the 3rd division. She's very hard and very unique to make, to have that kind of body, to be that long fronted. I love the little bit extra leather she has for a neck that long. She's just so cowy, got that natural substance to her. great in her lines, and with that she's very bold sprung and she's wide based. She doesn't get around off of her hind legs quite as coordinated as a couple of the other heifers out here, but I don't think it's an issue at all. She's just a little bit maybe more lazy and a little bit more lethargic when you get her to go, but on the standstill, how can you beat her? Just so much natural good in her and substance and wide based. Very, very impressive. And then the other heifer it comes down to is this heifer out of the second to last division. I think she's extremely unique. Love the build on her. She has very little guesswork in her. Maybe in some places, you know, people might think she could be just a little bit longer necked, but that doesn't bother me at all because she's clean and I like her in terms of her composition, and her neck fits with the rest of her body. She's plenty angular enough, but that natural rib and substance and mass, and for a big heifer to get around and be like that, you get behind her, she's super impressive in terms of dimension and hip. I think she's an extremely unique heifer that puts a lot of good pieces together. I'm going to go ahead and use this bigger heifer in this show. I think she's extremely hard to make. I love the build of this female, that kind of natural rib and substance and muscle. This is the type of female we need to get back to, I think. We need some more power in these females. She has very little guesswork left at this stage of the game.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion percentage, Red Angus female, coming out of our March Spring Yearling class. Congratulations, Emery Bowers, Yukon, Oklahoma, with PBRS KC 2120K. And congratulations, reserve grand champion will go to Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas, with XTB Little Red Wagon K094. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We are going to break for photos. We'll return back with your National Open Red Angus female show here at the Cattlemen's Congress in just a few moments. Attention in Jim Norick, we are looking to start your National Open Red Angus Female Show. We are still looking for Rhett Tripp and Caleb Williams. Rhett Tripp and Caleb Williams, can you please send a representative to the gate if you are scratching? We are about ready to start our show.
Oh, in the Angus ring, it's definitely getting tougher. Two of the really good females we've had come through today just walked into this class, and I think it's extremely close when it gets down to it for me. When you set them in motion, heifer that wins the class is more flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Not that the heifer in second is not sound enough. She definitely is. But as good as these two are and you start nitpicking them, that's where the advantage is to me. The heifer that wins is just so fresh, so nice the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, big and bold in her body, no extra condition as you read her down through her chest. Beautiful in the way she handles her hind leg when you set her in motion. She's maybe not quite as long-bodied as the heifer in second, but just her balance, her structure, her freshness. I have one thing I will nitpick on her. She comes in at her knee just a little bit when you get in front of her, but that's an awfully good female that's pretty fault-free and beautifully presented and shown as well. A tremendous heifer in second, one of the good heifers through the ring today. She is stout and she is striking when you get her on the profile. Just great in her lines, powerful, good-looking, big bone. A heifer that gets out and reaches. She has some stride. She's not as comfortable down at her ankle, and she doesn't set down quite as true and doesn't reach quite as far forward off her front end as the heifer that wins the class. But two incredible females. I apologize for taking a little time, but a ton of quality in that pair of heifers. A nice heifer in third. Got some rib, one that gets out and reaches off her hind leg. Just has a little shoulder and chest. Doesn't have the really neat balance that we have in the two ahead of her, but still good female. Long-bodied, big volume heifer coming next. One that you get her out on the profile. Her flank needs to be a little deeper, or maybe her rear rib needs to be a little bolder, but that's still a high-quality, straight-lined heifer that's got some foot and bone. Just gives up some balance when we get her on the profile. The nice heifer coming next, a moderate, sound-structured, really complete, very balanced female. Just gives up length in this top end. Maybe just like to see a little more of her. A really pretty heifer coming next. Extreme up through her front end, long-bodied. Gets a little flatter, doesn't handle her hind leg as well as the heifers ahead of her today. today, but really a neat look in that female. Nice heifer coming second, a one that's got some center body, really clean up front. Maybe like to change the design of her hip just a little bit, especially when you set her in motion, but a very attractive heifer. Young man does a good job with his heifer coming around the corner next. One that, again, maybe her hind leg and her hip when you set her in motion, but still a quality female with some look, really fresh in her appearance. A good heifer ran into a good class today. We come on down the line to a big volume heifer the little lady has, just a little shorter at the ground in terms of her movement, a bit deeper in her chest. As we come on back, some heifers that give up a little bit in terms of balance, but good functional brood cows, a very nice class of females.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Angus Ring results of Class 13. First place will go to Lane Viola 358, exhibited by Zoe Lynn Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Sol Ellie 3243L. Third place was exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Frontier Gal 3681. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations to McKinley Polam. Fifth place was exhibited by Jesselyn Hudson. Sixth place in that class will go to Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. Seventh place went to L.L. Coulter. Eighth place, and congratulations will go to Eli Atkinson. Ninth place in that class went to Westlyn Elliott. 10th place, exhibited by Ruth Watt. 11th place will go to Hayden Mullion. 12th place will go to Kylie Ray Richardson. And 13th, and congratulations to Kagan McCat. Now in the ring is Class 14 here at your Junior Angus show. Back over to the red show. We've gotten started with your females. First class in the ring is Class 10. These are May heifer calves.
That's going to win this first class over here in the purebred show. I think she's really unique. I think you need to keep your eye on this heifer in the future. Got all the pieces to make a yearling, and she doesn't have the presentation, and she isn't as ready as our second place heifer. But long term, this is going to be a really good heifer. I see a tremendous amount of future in her. Front end's just right for me. How she's made through that neck, not super racy neck, but she's got a good set to it. She's very angular. I love how she is and the depth of her forerib and how it carries back to her flank. She's a level designed heifer. I appreciate her for her terms and composition. She's leaner than our second place heifer. I just think this is a really, really elite prospect. Second place heifer's definitely dialed in. I like this heifer a whole lot. Got a tremendous amount to her. She's got a big top in her. She's square built, a little bit lower fronted, maybe a little bit quicker patterned as well. Really thick from end to end. Just a very, very useful type of a heifer with some added features. Third place heifer probably matches our class winner more in terms of future. She just, when you really get her to going out here, and she just gets a little bit more restricted, a little bit more choppy in her movement, but I like a whole lot about this heifer. Fourth place heifer here I like a lot. I like her youthfulness. I like the fact that she's somewhat green relative to the class. For me, she's just a little bit lower shouldered, a little bit lower fronted, opens up just a little bit more in her shoulder, and I see her being just a little bit more restricted as we go forward. But a really nice kind of a heifer. It's got some natural sweep and depth. The baby of the class here I'm wanting to read a lot into because I think she's got a lot of future. She's just kind of gangly right now. The biggest thing is I'd probably even get her up a little bit higher because I think a kind like this gets really good, and I love her for her youthfulness, but she isn't quite as sound as what I thought she would have been standing there. She's just a little bit more restricted off those hind legs and needs a shot more bone. The stub-tailed heifer here, you got to stop and study this heifer because she gets thrown out of balance a little bit. She's really good in her underline. She's good in her spine. She's long and level hip. I'd just like to put a different hind leg underneath this heifer, maybe stouten her up in her bone and just give her a little bit more forearm as well. Get into a heifer that's more tubular built but got a tremendous amount of shape. I'd like to fix her from her hock to the ground. The heifer that follows her has got some length to her, a tremendous amount of femininity through her front end. She too is a little bit more shallow and just a little bit more restricted in her movement. The heifers that conclude the class, we got one with definitely more dimension and growth and power. I'd like to change her and give her more reach off of her hind too, but a really good kind of a heifer that's well presented. The heifer that concludes the class is a little bit on the moderate side. She's going to be a quicker patterned heifer relative to her size, though is really good in terms of depth and muscle.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring in your first class of May Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by Chayton Day with FCFR Saucy 347. Second place was exhibited by Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place we'll go to Eli Rogers Cattle of Stratford, Missouri. Fourth place was exhibited by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fifth place in that class will go to Delaney Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Sixth place was exhibited by Madeline Ethington of Danville, Kentucky. Seventh place went to Spencer McCrae of Carbon, Texas. Eighth place was exhibited by Rhett Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Cale Head. 10th place in that class will go to Brigham Auto. Now in the Red Angus ring is Class 11A. These are April heifer calves.
Another fantastic class in the Angus ring. Three heifers on the top end I like extremely well, just different kinds of heifers. The heifer that wins the class, she's the best in terms of her skeleton. That one's really good when you set her in motion off both ends of her skeleton. Really long hipped, really fresh in terms of her condition. She's not maybe as bold sprung in the center of her body as one or two behind her, but she's adequate in that regard. She's the leanest of the top three and yet still has some depth of body and some width when you get behind her. Just so fresh and sound and nicely balanced. A nice heifer to win. Good heifer in second, and I think she has a shot more shape in terms of her top, maybe out through her hip. Big in her center body, nice in her upper neck. I really like that about her. She doesn't want to quite cooperate today, and so it's harder to tell in terms of her spine when you set her in motion. Wants to get her tail head up and breaking her loin just a little bit, but that's a very high quality, good female. An excellent pair at the top of the class. Maybe the most attractive heifer when you set them out on the profile is the heifer in third. Beautifully presented, beautifully shown, and when she's on the side view profile, if they were just standing there, she wins the class. Now you set her in motion. She wants to bring her hock in just a little bit. She doesn't want to flex her hock as well as the two heifers ahead of her, but boy, that one is fitted to the nines, has an amazing look. I just wish she handled her hind leg a little bit different when we set her in motion. A nice heifer coming next, more moderate in her kind, got some center body, got some look. She gives up some length through her front end and her hip compared to those heifers ahead of her, but still a nice female. A good functional heifer coming next, one that's got some flexibility in her hind leg, some doability, still shows you a nice look. Kind of like the heifer in front of her, you'd like to extend her a little bit in terms of neck length and hip length, but a good, useful kind of a heifer. Very attractive heifer with a beautiful neck and a big body coming next. Just not quite as put together through her forerib and shoulder. Still a very good female in a very, very tough class. The young man's coming heifer is really attractive when you get her out on the profile. She simply needs more body in this class and flank to be any higher, but I think her structure's fine and her look is great. Just needs more depth of rib to be any higher. So we come on down the line. It was a good class. Maybe from top to bottom as nice as we've had for depth. Got some big-bodied heifers that maybe struggle a little bit in terms of their movement, but overall a good class of females.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Angus ring. Results of Class 14. First place was exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with Saul Lucy, 3104L. Second place and congratulations will go to Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia, with Clark's Boy Cassandra, 3020. Third place in that class was exhibited by Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Seldom Rest Sandy, 3012. Fourth place in that class go to Keegan Caroline Mather of State Center, Iowa. Fifth place exhibited by Brady Brussel. Sixth place went to Stevie Hogue. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations, Jack Selmeyer. Eighth place was exhibited by Alexandra Duckworth. Ninth place will go to Sadie Plag of Guthrie, Oklahoma. 10th place went to Peyton Hartle, and 11th place went to Brax Parker Frederick. Now in the ring is Class 15 here in your Junior Angus show.
We're going to start up here at the front end. Really a nice made heifer calf. I love how she's made through her head and her neck. Tremendous dimension to her rib. She's leaner than what you think too. Like the muscle pattern in this heifer. She's square built but still got some stifle and some natural pin width. Maybe not quite as fluent as a heifer or two in here, but I don't see any structural issues. This is a really, really good kind of a female. You can read her long term. I think she's plenty ready enough for now too. Just a really good place to start. Like her size and scale, better than our second place heifer too. This is a big, massive heifer. It's probably a little bit too much for me at this stage, but really bold sprung. And when she will relax and go, she does a good job getting around the ring. All kinds of extra volume and performance and mass, and just enough more bone and substance to get over this heifer here in third. This heifer here is as accurate in her stride and her feet as any heifer in the class. That's how she kept surfaces to the top, because there's some that are more massive middled, there's some that are stouter made, but I think this heifer's so fluent. I think she's extremely pretty up through that front end, blends in good to her shoulder, adequate in terms of rib. She's more shallow than our first and second place heifers, but very, very feminine. In fact, she could be just a little bit stouter for me, but a really good heifer. I just think a lot of people will appreciate her for her length and femininity. This heifer here I kept working up because I like the build of this heifer. I like her natural depth and how it is in her flank. She's level built. She's just a very high quality kind of a female. Kind of holds back off of her hind too a little bit more than the heifer in front of her, but a good kind of a heifer. This heifer here I like a lot of things about too. She's maybe a little bit more shallow bodied than the heifers ahead of her. Really long and extended though, and adequate in terms of muscling. A very long and feminine heifer. Really a green heifer the young lady has here. She's a big high performing, big scaled heifer, but if this heifer grows together right, she could be extremely competitive down the road. She's a big high performing heifer. It's got added length. She's very deep sided and level design. The heifer that follows her is a really nice, proportionally I like this heifer a whole lot. She's got some shape to her, and for her size I think she's adequate in terms of muscling. She's a little bit more tubular built, doesn't have the advantage of bone or growth as some of the heifers ahead of her. The heifer that follows her is a little bit quicker in her kind, wants to open up in that shoulder. Probably like to tone her down in terms of her composition a little bit for a heifer calf this age, but extremely wide built. Get into some heifers that fall short just a little bit in terms of structure as they go. I'd like to relax them off both ends, but I think we got a bigger, higher performing, more feminine heifer. Then we run into a little bit more of a terminal heifer, but has a lot of length and shape to her, and just enough more power and bone to get over the heifer. It concludes the class. Really an efficient, easy doing heifer concludes the class. Just like to put a little more bone and size and scale under it.
Another good class. It's very interesting, and I think there's give and take in these top three. A lot of quality in all of them. I really like this long hip, big-bodied heifer that wins, and I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, really feminine about her head. One that her angles are right off both ends of her skeleton. If you were to nitpick her, she just will get that hockey in just ever so slightly, but that heifer to have that much body and not be over-conditioned and still have a nice look and a long hip like that, a nice female to win. I think of the top trio, the freest moving heifer is the second, and this is the heifer in second. Very long strided and true off both ends of her skeleton. Long bodied heifer, very fresh in her appearance. A little shorter hipped and lower pin set than our class winner, but really a nice female that's long and sound and attractive and has some shape. The heifer in third is beautifully presented and striking when you get her out on the profile. She's got some muscle. She's got some top in her and some shape in her quarter, and I like that about her. Of the top trios, she struggles the most when we set her in motion. I just like to see her a tad more flexible, maybe gives up a little length of body as well, but that's a quality female that's got some shape and a really, really nice look. We come on down the line, a heifer with some rib, very fresh, and I like that about her. I think one of the sounder heifers, that her body relative to her frame size is more correct than some of the heifers we come on back. The female coming next, big framed heifer that's got some performance about her, doesn't handle herself in motion as well as some of the others, but still a nice quality female. Attractive heifer coming next that needs a shot more body. Then we have a couple heifers coming around just to need to be a little freer and easier on the go, especially the heifer at the end of the class, the way she handles her hip and line leg. But a very nice class, quality cattle all the way through.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 11A. April Heifer Calves. First place went to Tucker Meyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TC Annie 108L. Second place was exhibited by Alexis Wright with Leon's Angels Embrace 030. Third place was exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Fourth place would go to Goose Creek Farm of Whiteford, Maryland. Fifth place went to Double A Landing Cattle of Shawnee, Kansas. Sixth place was exhibited by Kaylee Bragg of Salado, Texas. Seventh place went to Baylor Marie Hurlbutt of Raymond, South Dakota. Eighth place was exhibited by Briar Banahan of Sanger, Texas. Ninth place exhibited by Ethan Rogers, Stratford, Missouri. 10th place went to Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. And 11th place to the Peacock Angus Ranch of Covington, Texas. Now in Ring 1 is Class 11B. These are also April Heifer Calves. Back to the Angus ring, results out of Class 15. First place and congratulations went to EXAR Frontier Gal 3665, exhibited by Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place in that class will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with BNWZ Black Cap 3656. Third place in that class was exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Eleanor Davenport, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Seventh place went to Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. And eighth place in that class went to Brianna Jones of Eustis, Texas. Now in Ring 2's Class 16, your final class here in our Junior Heifer Calf Division 3.
This is a really neat heifer calf to start the class here, and I wish we could get back to this kind of power and substance and natural muscling this heifer has. We've worried so much about making them feminine and pretty, we've taken all the true power out of these females. This one hasn't, and she's plenty feminine. She's angular up through that head. I like her, she's feminine enough up through that head. She's very angular through that shoulder. I love the robust build to her rib, natural substance, power, and bone. Love the foot underneath this heifer, and when you get her to go, I think she's the soundest heifer in the class as well. The heifer here that follows her is a really long, extended, high-performing heifer, nicely presented heifer as well. She doesn't have the natural sweep to her rib, got a little bit more on her in terms of composition, and you can tell how she transmits that already back into her flank at this age, but I think she's a very, very nice heifer. The young lady does a great job showing her. The heifer here in thirds, she's a long shot for the future. She's got big old feet underneath of her. She's extremely feminine, like the neck set to her. She's long and extended over her spine. She's a wide-based heifer. I think she's definitely one to watch long term. She's a little bit big and racy today, but I think she's got a lot of good days ahead of her. The heifer here that follows her is built a lot like our third place heifer. She's a little bit more apple-footed. I'd like to put a little bigger even toe size underneath of her. She's extremely long-bodied. She's got some natural muscling to her as well. This heifer that follows her is a little bit quicker and lower fronted, but I think she's got good to her. Dang sure got some bone to her. She's got some thickness to her. A lot like the bull the girl brought out earlier. She's dang sure got some added shape to her and some added muscle. The heifer that follows her is just a little bit straighter up in that front end, a little bit more frail in her bone, but I think she's got enough more forerib to get over the heifer. It concludes the class. Long term, this heifer could make a liar out of you because I think she is long and extended. If she'll pull apart enough in her rib and just have enough shape and substance, I think this could be a really good heifer long term.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus Ring results. Class 11B, first place, Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TC Letta 100L. Second place, and congratulations go to Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. Third place, exhibited by Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. Fourth place went to Jones County Junior College. Fifth place, and congratulations will go to Carly McCracken of Alva, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. And seventh place in that class will go to Lillian Bowling of Shelton, Missouri. We'll now look to see Class 12A. These are March heifer calves.
Another phenomenal class on the Angus side of extremely high quality heifers, and especially these top three. The heifer that wins, again, I like her in terms of her spine and her feet and legs when you get her out in motion. She's long strided, she's flexible in her spine, she's tremendous long body, almost to her detriment in terms of balance. She's super deep, she's really long hipped. It almost takes away from her balance because she's so long, but yet handles it so well when you set her in motion. Another one that's right in terms of her condition. Nice heifer to win. Maybe not as much shape as the heifer directly behind her. And the heifer in second, I initially thought I would use. She is so striking on the profile. The way her neck comes out of her shoulder, her head. I love her rib shape, beautiful hip design, beautifully presented and shown. And at the ground, she's good when you set her in motion, but she just wants to get up in her spine, and I'd sure like to change that about her. But a beautiful female, a very good pair on that top end. The heifer in third on the stand could win the class. She's slightly longer than the heifer in second, beautifully balanced, very nicely presented and shown. But of the top trio, she struggles the most when you set her in motion. She's a little straight in her shoulder, a little shorter in terms of her stride than both the heifers at the top end of the class. But my hat's off to them. A nice heifer in terms of presentation and quality. Just wish she was more flexible as we compare her to the top two. Big-bodied functional heifer coming next. A little more moderate in her kind. One that's nice when you get her out on the profile. She gets a little high in her tail head, and that takes away from her in terms of her balance. But that one's got some flexibility, rib doability, and yet she's still pretty fresh in terms of her condition. As we come on down the line, this was a good class. This was a good heifer coming next. A little plainer in her chest, doesn't balance quite as nicely as some of the other heifers, but still a deep-bodied, useful kind of a heifer. And we've got some females that give up a little balance or structure, but a very good class and an excellent trio on the front end.
Well, congratulations back over in the Angus ring. Results of Class 16. First place was exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with BC2 Henning Sandy 0223. Second place, and congratulations will go to Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana, with Seldom Rest Cassandra 3009. Third place exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Fourth place went to Maisie Bartlow of Macomb, Illinois. Fifth place exhibited by Michaela Rauch of Overton, Texas. Sixth place in that class will go to Kurt Zimmerman. And seventh place exhibited by Callie Wilborn. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve here in your Junior Heifer Calf Division 3.
A lot of give and take in this class over here, but the best balance, highest quality heifer wins the class. She's pretty angular up through that front end, got some natural power to her. Relative to the class, she gets around just fine too. She's a good-footed heifer. Dang sure got extra depth and shape to her and power. Some might think it's a little bit of a stretch to get this little heifer up here in second, but I think in terms of youthfulness and soundness, she dang sure belongs here. And down the road, I think this heifer will keep getting better and better. She's green. She's extremely youthful. She might look like a cute little heifer. It doesn't weigh enough, but I can believe a lot of things about this heifer. With that, she's got some added shape and some power for the long term. Also, the heifer here in third's a little bit quicker pattern, exceptionally deep. She's well presented. I think she's got a lot of bloom on her for a heifer calf at this stage. But with that, I think she's really good through her hip. She's a wide pinned heifer. It's got a lot of substance to her and balances out pretty nice. Maybe like to put a shot more bone underneath of her. The heifer here in fourth's a little bit flatter in that forerib. Like to make her a little bit limber out of her shoulder, and that kind of shows the same thing up through her neck. Like to freshen her up and make her a little bit more feminine through her head. The big red, dark red heifer here is dang sure a high performing heifer. It's got a lot of length to her. What gets her where it does is her structure. She's just a little too short strided for me. Like to put a little bit more bone underneath of her as well for how big and massive she is upstairs. The heifer that follows her that come in late, I like this heifer on the standstill a whole lot. When I first saw her, she was standing down there and I thought, holy smokes, this is a really good heifer, just too restricted in her movement to get any higher. But there's enough more future and length, and she's smoother shouldered than this heifer. This heifer gets a little bit more coarser and a little bit more in her type and kind. She's a big boned heifer that's big ribbed. Get into a heifer that's probably just a little bit lower fronted than the heifers ahead of her, and like to change her in her shoulder placement, but she's dang sure a wide pinned heifer that's bold sprung. These two heifers that conclude the class are quicker in their type and kind. They don't line up as structurally correct as some of the other heifers in the head of them either.
On the Angus side, another really awesome division. Got our class winners out here. The first class heifer, she's probably one of the most unique animals come through today in terms of her freshness, her body, the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's got some width and shape, and you get behind her. And one of the best things about her, when you set her in motion, she's probably as good off her hind leg as any heifer that's come through today. And she reaches off her front. If you want to nitpick her, she gets a little in at her knee. She's got a little shoulder, but that heifer has balance and soundness and freshness. Just a really unique kind of a heifer to win that class. Long-bodied heifer that's very, very sound to win the next class. Very fresh and feminine up to her front end. Maybe gets a little flat in terms of her rib as we compare to some of the others, but beautiful in her hip design. I really like the structure on that female. Big-bodied heifer in class 3 still holds herself together well to have that tremendous big center, long hip in her. One that I think that was sound enough as she goes. Compared to some of the others, you'd like to maybe just take a little of that skin out of her chest floor, but she's not bad in terms of condition. Then we get down to our class 4 heifer, long-sided, really nice through her front end. Long in her hip, another long-strided, very sound structured female. So I think a great lineup. I'll show you the two I like the best, but congratulations, another tremendous division in our Angus show today.
Well, congratulations, Division 3 champion, coming out of Class 16, going to Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with BC2 Henning Sandy 0223. And congratulations, Reserve Champion Division 3 will also come out of Class 16. Congratulations, Mercedes Faree, Sullivan, Indiana, with Selton Rest Cassandra 3009. We're now going to bring those bred knowns in. We'll select a bred known Division Champion in Reserve. Back over to the Red Angus ring, results out of Class 12A. In 12A, first place was exhibited by Legacy Murphy Livestock with R2C Della 3508. Second place exhibited by Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place, congratulations, goes to Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Addison Dugan of Fairland, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Sixth place, and congratulations, back to Class 12A over here in the red ring. Sixth place was Emma Pitstick of South Sloan, Ohio. Seventh place went to Premier Reds, Yukon, Oklahoma. Eighth place, and congratulations, Bennett Weiss. Ninth place went to Peacock Angus Ranch, and 10th place to Chloe Feck. Now in the ring is Class 12B. These are March heifer calves. And congratulations in the Junior Angus ring. Results of your bred known out of a Division 3. Champion goes to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Reserve champion will go to Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. We're now going to welcome in Class 17 here to your Junior Angus ring.
A little smaller class, but still three good females. I think a heifer for me comes to the top pretty easily. Just a fresh, conditioned heifer that has a big advantage in structure. As you read her, watch her go around the ring, the angle of her shoulder, the way she handles her hind leg, the way she covers her track, just really correct in her makeup, yet she still has some body. She's very feminine, plenty of performance for a December heifer calf, a nice female to win the class. A little stouter heifer in second in terms of her bone, one that's big in her center body. She's one, as we put her in motion from her hip down, she doesn't handle her hind leg as nicely as our class winner. She's not quite as neat in her upper neck as well, but a stout made heifer with some volume and some width. A heifer coming in third is another nice heifer. She's level top. She's got some rib. She's one when we set her in motion, though. She struggles a little bit off both ends of her skeleton. Might like to just clean her up or freshen her up in her front end just a little bit as well. A good class, and I think a nice, sound, fresh female to win.
Well, congratulations in Class 17, first place. Go to 3 Aces, Georgina, 9182, exhibited by Whitney Ann Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Second place will go to John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess, 2532. Third place and congratulations goes to Taylor Martin of Delhart, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 18.
Sorry for the delay here, but I think this is an exceptionally good class all the way down to just so much breeding power in these females. This dark red heifer hit me pretty hard when they come back out here, and then you start to question if she's got enough bone, but I think she does, and she's not made like a combination type heifer because usually they're a little bit more moderate, maybe stouter, but she actually is the combination heifer of this class and of this top trio as well. This heifer's exceptionally elegant up through that front end. She's laid in good at her shoulder. She's got enough shape to her as well. She's exceptionally good in her lower rib and her belly. Carries good back to her flank. I like her in terms of her composition. I like her brisket plate. I like a whole lot of things about her, and when she'll just loosen up and go, I think that's where she starts to win a little bit easier. The heifer here in second, I love the tremendous power and the growth and the performance in this heifer. She's as massive ribbed as the top three. She's not as elegant up through her head and neck and shoulder as our class winner, but she does have more bone. She's got more performance, and she's got more rib. Doesn't line out quite as nice, and like when you put them in motion, she struggles just a hair bit more than our class winner. Really good heifers. I love the pattern of this heifer. I love her youthfulness and her head. She gets out masked by our second place heifer. She gets out prettied by our class winner. The biggest thing for this heifer, which surprises me for the way she's built up high, a little bit more and a little bit too narrow gauged underneath for me, especially out of her chest. I'd like to give her some more base width and pull her apart underneath, and that's very deceiving because she does have that in her rib and muscle, but she just needs widened out. The gamble and the long shots, the heifer here in fourth. She's a little bit gangly right there behind her shoulder and her forerib. If she's to come on, this heifer could be at the front of the class because she's got a lot of natural rib and depth and muscle in her for how lean she is. She's exceptionally deep-bodied. She's just a little too concave in that forerib, a little bit too raw over the top of her blades and back behind her shoulder. Quicker patterned heifer here follows her. This heifer's just a little bit too much on the early maturing size for me. I think relative to her size, though, she is very angular up through that front end. Gets around the ring fine too. Just needs a little bit more grow and bone to get any higher. The heifer that follows her is just a little bit plainer throughout. She's a little bit lower fronted. She doesn't have maybe the style and the presence of some of them ahead of her. I say presence, she's very well fit, but I'd like to just jack her up a little bit off of her front end and give her some more future. The heifer here that follows her does have that. She's just a little bit rawer and coarser in her design. I like this heifer underneath in terms of her foot. She's a heifer that's got some muscle. I can see her growing apart from herself, but I think she's got a lot of really, really good pieces to breed on. This dark red heifer's got a nice pattern to her. I like her on the stand still a whole lot. I just like to make her more limber when she goes. This heifer that's second from the bottom here, she looks a lot like that other heifer that was marked like her up there higher, but this heifer with being a little bit more moderate and quicker, just a little bit more tubular in her rib side. But I think a heifer's dang sure got some shape to her. We get into heifers that just don't have as much belly and as mass and performance as some of the heifers in there, a little bit more restricted off their hind legs as well.
Well, congratulations over in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 12B March heifer calves. First place, exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, was the Lazy JB Prime 342. Second place in that class will go to Juliana Miller of Woodson, Texas. Third place went to Lucas Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri. Fourth place, exhibited by BJ Farms of Henning, Minnesota. Fifth place, exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Sixth place, Paisley Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Seventh place, Rhett Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma. Eighth place will go to Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Ninth place went to Kyler Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. 10th place, Legacy Murphy Livestock. And 11th, Cooper McSparran. Now in the Red Angus ring is Class 13A. These are February heifer calves. A correction on that in the red Angus ring. We are going into your spring calf division champion reserve. Following that, we'll bring in your February heifer calves. Well, for those of you just joining us in the Jim Norick Arena, currently in Ring 1, our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, is going to select his champion reserve spring calves. And over in Ring 2, we have Class 18 here in your Senior Heifer Calf Division 1 for our Junior Angus show.
On the Angus side, another really good class, and it's extremely deep, probably as deep in just good functional big-bodied heifers that have some look all the way down. And the top end's very good. The heifer that wins, again, it's just she's the most complete. The way she ties in through her shoulder, she has enough bone and body and width, the beautiful look on the profile, yet you set her in motion, she covers her track, she's got some foot, she's sure adequate in her bone. Just a very complete heifer, a nice one to win this class. Heifer in second is very much like her, just a beautiful look on the profile. To have that nice a neck and that much body, yet she still has some bone, maybe not quite as good in her forerib, maybe like to raise her pins ever so slightly, but a very high quality female, excellent pair of heifers at the top of the class. The high performing heifer of the three is the one in third, and on the stand I think she's tough. She has the length of hip, the depth of body, a really nice fronted female. When we set her in motion, she's a little straight in her shoulder, just a little more timid off her hind leg compared to the two heifers ahead of her, but still a tremendously good female. Just ran into a real tough class today. Young man coming around next has a nice female, one that's the right kind. She's her size, her body. She reaches out when she strides. She's a little plainer in terms of her balance. When you get off of her, she's got a little more condition down in her chest. Not quite as nice in terms of her pin set, but still a very, very good female. Attractive female on the profile coming next that has a tremendous amount of top shape, but with that, she gets a little tighter spine when you set her in motion. Got a little more condition as you read her up through her front end, but that's an extremely good heifer to be at this point in this class. Nice heifer coming next with some length and some bone, beautifully presented. She opens up on her blades and gets a little tighter in her forerib, and that throws her off just a little bit as you compare to some of the heifers ahead of her, but still a good kind of a female. Moderate heifer with some body coming next, still nicely balanced, a little shorter in her side, just not quite as much over in terms of performance, but still a good female. And as we come on down the line, we have heifers with some body that are still functional in their kind, maybe just not the quality or performance as to some of those higher up in the class. A really, really good class of females, a lot of depth in that class.
Really a good lineup of heifers over here on the Red Angus side. It comes down to 3 heifers to me. The heifer out of the second class there I like a whole lot. Love the baby calf look to her. Standing still, she's as complete a heifer as we have in the lineup. Today she might be just a little bit short-strided compared to 2 other heifers I like here a whole lot. But I think long-term that kind of rib and muscle and how square-built she is, she's definitely a competitor, and I just can believe everything about that heifer. She's so youthful. She's very angular up through that front end. She's good-bodied. Love the natural muscling for still being square-built. The heifer here behind her out of that other class, as I said, I think this is a type of heifer we need to get back to. She's got extra shape. She's got extra rib. Bone matches her body everywhere. She just got extra dimension. She's got extra power to her, and she's still plenty angular, still feminine up through that front end. I like a whole lot of things about this heifer. Very, very, very good, high quality heifer with extra capacity and shape. The heifer back here out of the last class grows on you the more you look at her. She's delayed the show twice just because the more you look at her, the harder it is to pick a hole in her. With that, I think she's very extended up through that front end, lays in extremely neat at the point of her shoulder. She's got plenty of rib to her. She's got enough shape to her as a female as well. I think there's a lot of good in this female, and when it comes down to it, I just finally ask myself, which one would I rather feed long term, and it's you. So you're going to be the division champion here. Comes out of a really good class. We'll look at the second place and hunt for reserve.
On this fall division, 2 really nice females out here to represent our classes. I really like the freshness and the structure of the heifer that wins the first class, yet she still has some depth of body and just a really complete heifer. If you nitpick her, maybe she's got just a little bit of skin down her chest that takes a little out of her balance, and maybe her pin set could be just a little higher, but that's an extremely good female that's sound, fresh, and balanced. Nice heifer to win that class. Heifer from the second class, which was tough and it was deep, beautiful on the balance and profile. Just I like the way her neck comes out high, clean through her chest floor, got some shape to her rib. She's got some bone and some foot. Just a nice heifer to win that class. And that class was deep, and the second place heifer was good as well. So I'll show you the 2 I like best, but congratulations to the exhibitors. Another nice division in the Angus show.
Well, congratulations over in the Red Angus ring. Your spring calf champion will go to Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, with Lazy JB Prime 342. Reserve champion in that division. And congratulations, Tucker Beyer, Ringo, Wisconsin, with TC Letta 100L. We're now going to bring in Class 13A. These will be February heifer calves. Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Angus ring. Your senior heifer calf Division 1 champion and bred and owned will go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Sol Ellie 2571K. Reserve champion and congratulations goes to Whitney Ann Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Georgina 9182. And then your reserve, bred and owned, and congratulations will go to Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois, with WHMFCF Phyllis 267. We're now going to welcome in Class 19 here in the Junior Angus Ring.
Continues with a bunch of good ones here in the Angus show. To me, the heifers came in, and you knew it was going to be good, but there's quite a few that struggle a little bit in terms of their movement, and there was one that's really good that didn't, and that's the heifer that wins the class. Pretty easily has the best structure off both ends of her skeleton. Love her hind leg, the way she sets it down, the way she can stride and handle her spine. I like her condition, her sweep to her rib, the levelness of her hip. Just a beautifully balanced heifer that has a tremendous advantage in freshness and soundness when you get them out here. Heifer in second is nice. She's a little shorter sided, but she's big ribbed. She's got some shape and width when you get behind her. I like to freshen her up just a little bit. She's one that's not perfect on her hind leg, but she's still one of the better structured heifers in the class. A nice female. The heifer coming in third is longer sided, beautiful profiling, nicely presented heifer. Got some foot and some bone. Gets a little more tight or pinched in her fore rib. I just like to see her a little bigger and square in terms of her hip, but that's an attractive heifer that's one of the longer strided ones out here. Good looking heifer coming next. Great presentation, nice profile. Just like to see her more flexible. Gets a little tighter in her top, set her in motion, but really, really attractive. Maybe not quite as much center body as some others as well. A heifer that's functional coming next. Big centered, really sound on the move. Just a little shorter sided, a little chubbier in terms of her condition, but functional in terms of her structure and her body. Young man's heifer coming next just simply needs to be bolder in terms of her setter rib. Maybe we'd like to change the way she goes off her hind leg, but she is attractive on the profile. Another really good looking fresh heifer, and I appreciate it about her. One that doesn't have quite as much body, but the biggest reason she's a little farther down is when you set her in motion, she comes up a little tighter and shorter in terms of her movement. As we go on down the line, some nice females, just some things we'd like to change in terms of structure or balance. A nice class overall.
Really nice female to win this class in Red Angus side over here. Looks like the kind that raise herd bulls to me. She's a bold, really stout heifer that's got some power, and she's got some forearm to her. She's plenty good enough when you get her to go as well, too. She's wanting to fight it a little bit, facing back towards the barn, but I think this is a really, really good heifer, and you get up high on her, and there's a lot of top and power, a lot of hip in this female, and just more substance in the heifer here in second. She's also got more bone and power throughout. This heifer's more refined and laid in neater at the point of her shoulder. She's exceptionally long and square built. She just gives up the overall power, mass, and bone of our class winner. Two really, really good heifers at the front end here that differ in type and kind. I like this third place heifer as well. I like her type and kind as well. She matches the second place heifer and how she balances it out in terms of femininity. She has some sweep to her ribs. She's just a little bit more narrow back there through her pins, and she too needs a shot more bone and just to handle her hind leg a little bit different. But she gets enough more volume and depth to the center of her rib to get over this heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer's awfully good. She's got some muscle expression to her relative to her size. She's a feminine heifer, just gets outpowered by the three in front of her.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 13A. First place exhibited by Han Cattle Service, Russell, Kansas, with Han Mistress 1L. Second place will go to Veronica Lentz in Creston, Iowa, with Kip Miss Baby's Breath L401. Third place and congratulations, Legacy Murphy Livestock. And fourth place will go to Goose Creek Farm. We're now going to welcome in Class 13B. These are February heifer calves. Back over in the Angus ring, results out of Class 19, first place went to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Seldom Rest Sandy, 22-10. Second place and congratulations will go to John Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess, 2872. Third place went to Kara Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Wyatt DeBerry of Alton, Texas. Fifth place exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Sixth place went to Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois. Seventh place and congratulations will go to Kelsey Ray Teese of Leavenworth, Kansas. Eighth place went to Alexandra Duckworth. Ninth place went to Sadie Plagg, and 10th place in that class will go to Ella Sanson. Now in the rings, Class 20 here in your Angus show.
Really a striking heifer to win the class here. She goes good enough too. She's wanting to fight the halter here and just a little bit nervous, but a extremely high capacity female. Got enough muscle when you get behind her as well, and I think she's as sound as any of them in the class too. Come into a heifer here in seconds, just a little bit more shallow. She's tighter in her forerib, up high. I think she's got a lot of muscle, and she's got as much expression as anything in the class. I'd like to body her down and soften her up just a little bit. The heifer here in third is just a little bit plainer in our top two. I think she's a heifer that's got some length to her. She's good over her top. She's good back from her hooks to her pins. She's a well-presented heifer. I'd like to just make a little bit more taller fronted and attractive like the two ahead of her. The heifer here in third is just a little bit plainer in her own right. She's a heifer that doesn't have quite as much shape as the heifer ahead of her. Both these heifers could be just a little bit better off with their hind leg. Come into a quicker pattern heifer here in fifth. She's a heifer that's dang sure got some body to her. I just don't know if she's got as much growth and future as some of the other heifers ahead of her. As well as the heifer that concludes the class, and with that she wants to get a little bit straighter in her shoulder and pick that tail head up. I'd like to limber her up just a little bit, but from end to end a very high quality set of females.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results out of your February heifer calf class, Class 13B. First place went to Brooke Polson of Darwin, Minnesota, with BJF Rosita 3021L. Second place was exhibited by Tucker Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place will go to Cameron Issen with C-Bar Mimi 314L. Fourth place exhibited by Justine Anderson. Fifth place went to Colin McIntyre. And sixth place in that class will go to Grady Ridenauer. We're now going to welcome in Class 14. These will be January heifer calves.
Tons of quality again as we get the heifers out here. Heifer that wins, a long-sided, nice heifer in terms of her front end. I love her head, neck, and shoulder. She's got some depth of body, long level hipped heifer, one of the better moving females of the class. I think for me, the obvious place to start. A more moderate female in second, one that's sure bold in terms of her ribs. She's got some bone and some width. She's got a little more condition on her maybe than what's ideal for me, and I think that affects the way she travels off her front end. She is a little bit straight in her shoulder, and we'd like to change that about her. A heifer coming next that is stout and long-bodied, needs a little more center in her as we compare to some of the heifers ahead of her. Just gets a little lower in her pin set as well. Young man coming next has a heifer that can get out and reach off her hind legs. She's long-hipped and deep-bodied. She's plainer in her front 1/3 than the heifers ahead of her, but I think she has a structural advantage over some of the heifers on down the line. Really fresh, eye-appealing heifer that probably is one of the better moving heifers in this class. I just wish there was more of her. I'd just like to open up her rib cage to see more body and mass in her, but she is really attractive and still sounder than a lot of the heifers on down the line. We get into some really impressive heifers, these next 3 or 4. They really have the rib and the look, but they struggle a little more when we set them in motion, and that's what I'd like to change about them. And then as we get on down the line, there's a couple heifers that aren't quite as nice in terms of balance or freshness, but a good class, quality females all the way through.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2 for your Junior Angus show. First place, and congratulations, Madison Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa, with FCF Phyllis 261. Second place, and congratulations in that class will go to Houston Faree Sullivan, Indiana, with SCC Phyllis 2101. Third place in that class, and congratulations go to Gavin Cole Layton of Edmond, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Weston Michael Hagg. Fifth place, and congratulations goes to Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Sixth place, exhibited by Kyra Grace Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Seventh place, Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Eighth place in that class, exhibited by Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class will go to Anna Parr of Mason City, Illinois. 10th place, Luke Zimmerman, Camargo, Illinois. Now in the Angus ring is class 21 here in your Junior Angus show.
On our Angus show, another excellent class. Just a nice heifer. I think one that's the most of the best. Just a long-bodied, fresh heifer that's got some depth of body because she's adequate in muscle. And one that can get out and travel. I like the shape of her feet. Just a pretty complete kind of a heifer that has a nice look. Heifer in second is a shot stouter and got a little more muscle, and I would grant that. She gives up a little bit of center rib. The biggest thing I would like to change is she just gets a little straight in her shoulder and base wide up front. Maybe just like to clean her up her condition just a skosh, but a very high quality heifer, and I think a good pair at the top of the class. Long bodied, big boned heifer in second, one that can get out and handle herself on the move. She gets a little tighter in her forerib. She wants to drill up her pins when we set her in motion. I'd like to change those things about her. Nice heifer coming next with some rib, just not quite as attractive in terms of her profile. Got a little more shoulder, a little shorter in her neck, just not that as nice in her front 1/3 as some of the heifers ahead of her, but functional in her skeleton and her rib shape. I'd just like to change her front 1/3 to get her any higher. Heifer coming next is long-sided. We'd like to lengthen her neck out just a little bit, one maybe that could have more spring to the center part of her rib, but still a nice female. As we come on down the line, we have some heifers that struggle a little bit in terms of movement. They're big-bodied, they're eye-appealing heifers. Just wish they went a little different in terms of their hind leg. Good class, though, and a good pair on the front end.
A lot of really good pieces in this class, but the heifer that ties the most good up is the heifer, the dark heifer here that wins. I can see this heifer making a really, really good yearling. She maybe runs downhill just a little bit. I don't think that's a huge deal. I think she blends together extremely good in her forerib and back through her flank, especially for how lean she is. There isn't a whole lot of guesswork there. With that, she's got a very maternal front third. I like how she's laid in her shoulders. She's got more shape in her forerib and hip and carries it down lower than the heifer here in second. I like this heifer a whole lot. She's maybe not as striking, and especially in terms of color, as our class winner. So you got to stop and really evaluate this heifer. And when you do, she's very, very impressive because she's very angular up through that front end. When you get her going, she's got a lot of reach out of that front end as well. She's just a little bit flatter throughout. She's a little bit more narrow gauge than our class winner, but I think she's a really, really good kind of a heifer with an awesome outline and should make a really good big bred heifer. The heifer here in third I like a lot of things about, and in terms of shape and power and color pattern, she could fit more with our first place heifer. The problem is she's a little bit lower fronted too, and she's a little bit straighter out of that shoulder, and that restricts her a little bit in her movement when you ask her to go. She's as heavy muscled as any of the top three. I just like to loosen her up and give her more angulation in both her shoulder and her hock. The fourth place heifer, maybe a little bit of a long shot. Might make a really, really good yearling, though. She's very angular. She's long-fronted. She's adequate in terms of her depth of rib relative to her size. She's square back through her hip. Biggest thing is I'd like to loosen her up when she goes. But she's more right in her composition than this heifer that follows her on the standstill. I love this heifer. She's a little bit rounder boned. She's a little bit more restricted in her movement, a little bit smaller footed relative to her frame and stature. I'd like to put a bigger foot underneath of her, but I think there's a tremendous amount of good if you could loosen this heifer up and make her more flexible. A really green, high-performing heifer follows her. This heifer's got some shape to her. She's just a little bit too straight off both ends to get any higher. Young man's heifer here is really green. I think there's a little bit of guesswork if she's going to have enough body relative to her size as she goes. Lays a tremendous amount of muscle and bone down over her top and back through her hip, though. This heifer here kind of moves in three pieces as you ask her to go. Now her pieces are pretty good because she's angular and she's got enough depth and she's got enough muscle. I'd just like to see them blend together a little bit better. The heifer concludes the class with a little bit lower pin, and that carries down into her hind leg. Like to pick her pin set up a little bit and give her a little bit more authority off of her hind too when she goes. From end to end, another very high quality, useful set of females.
Well, congratulations back over in the Junior Angus ring. Results out of Class 21. First place was exhibited by Hunter William Miller of Canyon, Texas, with PVF Missy 2138. Second place in that class went to Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 2878. Third place in that class will go to FCF WHM Phyllis 258, exhibited by Anna Johnson of Durand, Illinois. Fourth place and congratulations, Crew Cummins, Hollis, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Peyton Hartill of Arbuckle, California. Sixth place went to Haley Grace Walker. Seventh place will go to Helen Orr, and eighth place to Olivia Wortham. Well, back over to the Red Angus ring. Results out of that final class in your junior calf division. Class 14, first place was exhibited by Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin with Dutch TC Miss Eagle 308L. Second place in that class went to Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Third place went to Lane Sasser of Edmond, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Tuller of Perkins, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class will go to Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. Sixth place exhibited by Caden Halbot. Seventh place and congratulations go to Collie Parton. Eighth place in that class went to Jackson Bragg, and ninth place to Collie Parton. Now in the ring we have your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior calves.
Tremendous amount of quality out here in these class winners, and three different types and kinds. But the heifer that suits me the best is this dark red heifer out of the last class there. I can see this heifer getting awfully good as she grows together. She's almost at that gangly calf stage right now, but all her pieces fit together well, and I think this is just an exceptionally good female. It's got a lot of natural width of base and spring of rib and extra muscle shape, especially in that stifle and jump muscle. I think this is a really good heifer. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer, but I think the heifer that probably puts the least amount of guesswork out there is this yellow-colored heifer here, this golden heifer. She'll be reserved. Second place to her, but from end to end, an excellent lineup of heifers.
Well, congratulations in our junior calf division. Your champion exhibited by Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, with Dutch TC Miss Eagle 308L. And second place in that class is also going to be a reserve, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. We're now going to welcome in class 15. These are winner heifer calves over in the Red Angus ring.
Another really deep class of good females. I like these top three really well. The heifer that wins the class, she's the fresh, balanced, sound heifer. If I were to change her, and my hesitation was, I wouldn't mind it if she had a little more shape down in her stifle. She gets a little flat in that regard, but just so nice in her body and her hip and hind leg. Really nice up through her front end. Just an attractive, sound heifer to win. I'd like to take some of the stoutness and power of the heifer in second and put that in our class winner. I like her length, I like her bone, I like her muscle. She's got a little more shoulder. She doesn't handle her top quite as nicely when you get her in motion, but I think she still has an advantage of movement over the heifer in third. The heifer in third is wide and got some shape when you get behind her. She's big and bold in her center body, and I like that about her. She gets a little shorter in her neck and shorter in her hip as we compare her to the heifers ahead of her, and just struggles a little bit more in terms of her length of stride. But three excellent females up here on the top end. Young lady has a nice heifer. I think one of the more mobile ones, gets a little plainer in her front 1/3 as we compare to some of those ahead of her, but she's long and she's stout. She's got an adequate in terms of rib shape. Just needs to be more attractive in her front 1/3 to get any higher today. Then we get into some nice heifers that struggle a little bit more in terms of the way they go. They've got a good look to them. They're nicely presented, nicely shown, just struggle a little more at the ground in terms of their length of stride or the way they set down. And as we come on down the line, there's some heifers that give up some balance or structure, but overall a nice class of three excellent females on the front end.
Class in November's over here. The heifer that wins the class is an awfully good female. She puts the most good together. She's as structurally sound as any heifer in the class. I like her foot size and matches her bone well. She's got some shape to her. She's got some added muscle. Maybe she could be a little bit taller fronted, and you kind of notice it the most when she goes, but I like this heifer a whole lot. She's exceptionally long for being a moderate framed heifer as well. The heifer here in second suits her and matches her quite well. A little bit more frail boned here, a little bit coarser and coarser up through that tail, head, and shoulder. But I think this is a really good heifer that's the most mobile of the three left as well. With that, she's more feminine and angular up through that front third. The heifers here in 3 and 4 probably got plenty of condition on them for this stage of the game for me, but the more feminine, higher quality females, the heifer here in third. Level spine and square out through her hip. Might not have the muscle or the bone as the heifer in fourth, but the heifer in fourth is getting just a little bit coarse. With her condition, it just makes her a little bit more rugged than ideal, but I do think she's got a tremendous amount of shape and natural muscling and bone to her, just like to make her more mobile and trim her up a little bit.
Well, back over to the Junior Angus ring. Results out of Class 22 before the division. First place exhibited by Carly Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio, with Maple Crest Phyllis, 22:44. Second place exhibited by Quentin Day of Lovington, Illinois, with Dameron C5 Nelly, 21:45. Third place in that class exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Abigail Koenig of De Leon, Texas. Fifth place and congratulations, J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. Sixth place went to Hayden Lee of Millsap, Texas. Seventh place exhibited by Seth Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. Eighth place went to Avery Edwards of Lawton, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Taylor Yoder of Alpha, Florida. 10th place in that class, and congratulations to Burton Halls. Now in ring 2, we are selecting your champion reserve Division 2 Senior Heifer Calves. Back over to the Red Angus ring, results of Class 15 Winter Heifer Calves. First place went to Kennedy Evans with TW Cheyenne 260K. Second place went to Jocelyn Richer of Morris, Oklahoma. Third place, Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. And fourth place went to Gail Head of Marmaduke, Arkansas. Now in the ring, Class 16 Senior Heifer Calves.
On the Angus side, another excellent fall division. 4 great females out here from some very deep classes. Heifer that won the first class of the lineup, I think she does have the advantage in terms of feet and legs and the way she goes around the ring with her length of stride and flexibility. Beautiful from the side view in terms of the depth to her body and the length to her hip. Heifer, I think that in terms of balance is pretty good as you compare to a couple of the others. She's not quite as clean in her chest floor and in terms of the skin down there, but still that's nitpicking a really good heifer. Then you get them out here, the most attractive heifer is the heifer from the second class, just long-bodied, extremely feminine, flat-shouldered, yet you get behind her, she's still adequate in terms of width and shape, really nice in terms of her condition. You know, if anything, maybe you would tone her back a little bit. I'm not saying she's too big because she handles it so well when you get her out here. Young man from the third class has just a real complete heifer. She's not quite as ultra attractive as the heifer directly ahead of her, but there's some stuff to her, some rib and some body. She's sound enough as she goes. Maybe change the angle of her shoulders slightly, but that's a very, very nice female from a good class. And the heifer from the fourth class, another one that is fresh and feminine and sound. She's adequate in her body. She's more moderate in her frame size, which is fine with me. It's easier to change frame. It's easier to change frame than structure, so I think we can work with that. If we're to nitpick on her, she's just a little flat as you read her in her stifle, but that's a nice heifer. I like a lot of things about her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Your division champion goes to back number 10,248. That's FCF Phyllis 261, exhibited by Madison Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa. And your reserve in that division coming out of class 19, congratulations, Josie Phillips with Seldom Rest Sandy 2210. We're going to bring in those bred knowns and selected bred known division champion reserve here in your Division 2 senior heifer calves. Well, congratulations back over here in the Angus ring. Your champion bred known in that last division will go to Peyton Hartle, and reserve champion will go to Anna Parr, Mason City, Illinois. We'll now get started with your next division. First class in the ring, class 23.
And single entry in the August class, and an excellent female, one that could stand a lot more competition today. A tremendously long-sided heifer, and she's got some width and shape. You get behind her, she's long hip, she's bold sprung in terms of her rib, really extended up front. An excellent female to represent this class. We'll see her back here in a minute in this division.
Well, congratulations in class 23 in the Junior Angus ring. First place will go to Emma Grace Van Hoy of Richfield, North Carolina, with Diamond T 2180 Georgina. We're now going to welcome in 24 over here in the Junior Angus ring.
What a unique class winner here. The first thing I appreciate is her composition and how lean she comes to us. With that, I think she's so unique in terms she's made up through that front third. Got a ginormous rib cage in her with unbelievable depth and carries back good to her flank. She's exceptionally level hip. She's a wide pinned heifer. She's got as much natural width the base as any of these top four. I like this heifer a whole lot, and they're just things I really, really appreciate about her as well. Really high quality type of a female. She's wider base than this heifer in second, and she's leaner. But this heifer matches her type and kind awfully good. The way she's made through her angles, she's a very complete fault-free heifer that's got some added look. She's more attractive and deeper centered than our heifer in third. The heifer in third's maybe a little bit lower fronted and got unbelievable shape up to her top and hip though. She's sound when you watch her from the side. Maybe a little bit more narrow chested than what I thought initially, but a heifer I like a whole lot. She's a very cowy thing that carries that depth of rib from her foreflank all the way back to her rear flank. She's got more bone and natural muscle and stifle than this heifer here in fourth. Really a highly presented, well shown heifer here in fourth. I like a lot of things about her. He really gets your attention when he puts her together. She's excellent in terms of length and femininity up through that front. I'd just like to give her more power throughout and set her down on more more bone, but a nice heifer that's very elegant. This is a heifer that's got some forearm to her, and she's got some rib shape to her, and dang sure got some muscle. She's a little bit coarser and lower fronted. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit there. She wants to splay out off of those front two just a little bit, but I think a heifer's got tremendous power. Get in the heifer on standstill I like a whole lot. She just doesn't move good enough to get any higher. I think some of that's relative to her foot size. I'd like to put a bigger foot underneath of this heifer to match the rest of her body, because she's a lot like our first and second place heifers in the way she's built. The heifer that follows her is just coarser. This heifer's coarser through her head. She's coarser ribbed heifer that's a little bit more terminal looking, but I can see a lot of good in her because she transmits so much power, and she's actually got a lot of depth all the way back to her flank relative to how she's made everywhere else. More bone and substance in the heifers that conclude the class. With that, these heifers are a little bit more frail, and they're a little bit more timid in their stride as we ask them to go. Maybe don't have the quality of some, but they're definitely good breeding pieces.
On the Angus side, only 2 heifers, but these 2 young people have 2 really good females. The heifer that wins the class, I love her soundness. Boy, she's long-strided and flexible in her spine, long-necked, really bold-bodied, and you get behind her, just really fresh in her condition. Excellent female to win the class. If you're to nitpick her, she could be just a little better in her forerib, but that's an extremely nice heifer and even a better job in terms of showmanship. The young lady does a great job. Good pair there between the young lady and the heifer to win this class. The young man's got a big, stout heifer, big bone, big footed, long bodied, high performing female, one that just struggles a little bit in terms of the way she goes off her rear leg. If we could change that about her, lean her up just a little bit, I think it'd get a little closer in terms of this class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 16 before the division. First place exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma, with TWT Diane 27-28. Second place went to Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Back over to the Angus ring. Results out of Class 24. First place was exhibited by Sailor Norvell of Amber, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 2776. Second place in that class went to Colin Robert Miller of Canyon, Texas.
Excellent breeding pieces in this division here, but I can't get away from this heifer here. She's just so complete, got all the extra features. I think this is a really, really unique heifer. For as lean and as skinny as she is, she's so wide-based, got natural muscle into her look, power, plenty adequate in terms of bone, extra muscle shape, just a very, very unique built heifer. You'll be the champion. For reserve, we're going to come up here, this other heifer calf, not quite as attractive, not as angular, but she's just dense, and she's got more power and base width than the heifer that was second to our division champion. Really, really an excellent lineup of great breeding pieces.
Congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Your fall heifer calf champion will go to back number 50,459. That's TWT Diane 2728, exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma. And reserve champion, congratulations, will go to Kennedy Evans of Campbellsburg, Kentucky. We're now going to welcome in Class 17. These will be late summer yearling heifers.
Excellent single entry here, really striking when she comes in. She's so fluent in her movement. She's a Cowie-made, very maternal designed heifer. Got a lot of depth to her. She's good enough up through that front third. Adequate in her bone work, just a very, very high quality female.
Well, congratulations in Class 17, the Red Angus ring. First place will go to Reese McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma, with MF Lexi 273. We'll now welcome in Class 18. These will be summer yearling heifers.
On the Angus side, three high-quality June females, but one to me that comes to the top of the class pretty easy. You can walk them in here, and she's the long-strided heifer. She's the freshest heifer. She's big and bold in her rib, really nicely designed in terms of her hip, and is feminine and big-bodied as you get behind her, there's some width to her. If we were to change her one little thing, maybe she just gets a nickel outside of herself, but that's an excellent heifer to win the class. Really powerful, stout heifer in second. I like the bone. I like the shape. I want another one that's sure got some body. She's not quite as refined up through her front end, maybe not quite as flexible as our class winner, but still a stout-made, very high-quality female. And the young man in third, he has a feminine heifer that's got some center body. She wants to pinch a little in her forerib. She wants to drop her pins just a little bit, instead, especially when you set her in motion. But a good class of females, three good heifers, very nicely presented, nicely shown as well.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Junior Angus ring. Results of Class 25. First place went to Selton Rest Sandy Joe, 21-23, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second place in that class will go to Broxton Novinsky of Easton, Kansas. And third place, exhibited by Gentry Sullivan, Lawton, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 26 to the Junior Angus ring.
we get into our May summer class. And boy, this one's really fun to sort. There's good heifers, but I really like the way they sort out. Well, just a super complete heifer to win. She's sound, she's fresh, she's balanced, she's got enough body, she's got some width when you get behind her. Just a fault-free kind of a heifer that's fresh, one that I like extremely well. The heifer in second has intriguing parts. She's stout, she's got some width and bone, she's really big centered, she's long fronted, just a high quality stout made female. She's not quite as fresh and attractive in terms of her neck, and she's not quite as nice in terms of the angle and the point of her shoulder as a class winner, but just a stout female that handles it very well at the ground and still has some look. A nice moderate heifer in third. The other sound heifer with some look out here in this class. She just gives up too much body volume and length to the heifers ahead of her. I like the bone, I like the balance, I like the structure. Just like to see her a little bigger centered, maybe a shot longer compared to the two heifers at the top of the class today. Young man's got a real cowy one, big centered, one that gets out and reaches, maybe doesn't set that hind leg just down perfect, but boy, she's big middled and he does a nice job showing her. Just like to see a little more look in terms of her profile, but a good heifer. Just ran into a tough one out here today. A young man coming around next has a heifer that is big middled, a lot of ribs, still very feminine. She wants to get up in her top when we set her in motion. If we could loosen up her spine, I really like her on the stand, but she's just a little rigid in their spine when we set her in motion. Sure like to change that about her. And as we come on down the line, I think good functional females with some body, they're the right frame size. Some heifers don't handle their hind leg quite as well. Maybe some that we'd like to lean up just a little bit in terms of condition, but a very good class and a fun class to sort.
Really a high quality heifer over here to win this class, and the longer they're out here, the easier it gets with her. She's really attractive through that front third, and she's got plenty of body. Like the natural sweep to her rib, like how square built this female is. She's excellent on her feet and legs. She's showing some gestation, and I like the teat placement and how far they're spaced apart from one another. I think this is an excellent heifer. She's middle of the road frame size, but she just excels everywhere else there, and her frame matches her extremely well. She's just the right kind. The heifer here in second, I like a whole lot of things about. She's a really pretty haired heifer. It's got a lot of good to her. She has a lot of bloom on her, and she really catches your eye. But I think the longer you study her, I think the more you realize how much composition she really has on her. She's wanting to fill out in that brisket. I'd like to clean her up there, but I think she matches our class winner in structural soundness and build extremely well. The heifer here in third, I like a lot. I just like the practicality she has and all the basics she covers. The problem is when we get her to move, she's missing her stride. I'd like to put a little bit bigger front or foot underneath of her, but I think she's a heifer that's really long fronted. She's got good depth through her forerib. She's long and level hipped, extremely long body, probably as much cow power as anything in the class. If she was more mobile, she could dang sure be first or second. The heifer here that follows her is just a little bit shorter bodied. She's definitely shorter fronted, as neat and as refined as you could make one in her teats. Just a really, really good heifer. I'd like to tone up a little bit in terms of composition, as well as the heifer that follows her. It's kind of taken away from some of the look this heifer has. I'd like to lean her up a little bit. Tons of natural muscling to her and gets around the ring pretty good. Not as big boned as our first two place heifers, but an awfully good type of a heifer. Of course, her made heifer follows her, though. She's still extremely long, exceptionally long, as long a hip to heifers we've seen all day. Got a lot of good to her, just like to body her down. The two heifers that conclude the class probably give up the performance and added look. The heifer that's second from the bottom is a little bit straighter in that front end. Heifer that concludes the class is very angular, just needs more bone and performance and just overall volume to find herself higher today.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Angus ring, results out of class 26 before the division. First place exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio, with SSF Envious Blackbird 50-22. Second place in that class was exhibited by Whitney Ann Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Back over to the Red Angus ring, results out of class 18. First place exhibited by Alexis Wright with LCC Rosita 026. Second place was exhibited by Cambry Palmer of Cordell, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to Kaylee Sheeing of Watonga, Oklahoma. Fourth place, and congratulations, exhibited by Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Sixth place went to Danica Lowry, El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Seventh, Cooper McSparren. And eighth in that class will go to Carly McCracken. We're now going into division in your red Angus ring.
On the Angus side, summer division and not as many numbers, but definitely excellent in terms of quality. I like our class winners and our second place. The heifer that came out of the first class, a single entry, but she holds her own out here. A heifer that sure has a nice look to her with some length of body. She's maybe not the soundest one of the four, but she's sure not unsound. She's fine in that regard. She's a nice balanced heifer. I think just a good female to represent that class. The young lady from the second class had a unique heifer. She is extremely long-necked and still has tremendous center rib, really sound and mobile. I like the condition she's in. As we said in class, maybe she could be just a little better in terms of her forerib. We could open her up there just a little bit, but a high-quality female young lady does a great job showing her as well. We get back to our bigger classes, 3 and 4, and boy, 3, if you want to draw a picture on the profile, that one is nice. The way her neck comes out, as fresh as she is, big and bold in her center body. I love her hip design and the way she can get out and go. That one's really, really nice. Now, maybe not the stoutest one, but her foot and bone is adequate, and her look and freshness is amazing when you get her out on the profile. We got a heifer from the fourth class, and one that I thought was pretty unique when she walked in because she's so long and deep, and yet she balances. She's long-fronted, lays in beautiful about her shoulder, and it's hard to find one like that that's got a little extra bone. She's got a little extra muscle, but she handles it so well when you get out here and put her on the move. So I think a tremendous division. There's 2 females that I like extremely well, and one second place heifer I really like too, but I'll show you my favorites. Congratulations to the exhibitors. A nice set of cattle and a fun division to sort.
A good division over here too, but the heifers that were first and second in this last class will stay together for division and reserve champion. Very, very high quality females, all 3 of these.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Angus ring. Your intermediate heifer champion will go to Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio, with SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, bred by J. Gordon Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Reserve champion that division will go to Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California, with Seldom Rest Sandy Joe 2123, bred by Seldom Rest Farms, Niles, Michigan. We'll now get started with your next division here in the Angus ring. This will be Class 27. Back over to the red Angus ring. Your intermediate heifer champion. Congratulations, Alexis Wright with LCC Rosita 026. Reserve in that division will go to Cambry Palmer of Cordell, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're going to bring in Class 19 now here in your red Angus ring.
Really a big, high-performing, big volume, big-footed, high-capacity female. Maybe not as typey as some we've seen yet today, but in terms of bone and size and scale, having some volume and some hip to her, this is a really good kind of a female. Maybe like to tone her up just a little bit, but make her a little bit leaner, but I think just the power and the cow power she transmits puts her there. Overs 2 and 3, this is just a typier made, deeper sided heifer. I see being quite a bit further along in terms of gestation. With that, she toes straighter ahead. Now, she doesn't have the muscle and the power and the length, maybe even the flexibility off of her hind leg as this heifer here in third. When you get back off of this heifer, she's a little bit more tubular. Like to see her a little bit further along in calf and make her toe just a little bit straighter ahead, but really a long-bodied, extremely powerful made female. This heifer here in fourth is a little bit coarser in some ways and mostly in her teats there, but I think this is a really, really good kind of a heifer that's got some length to her. She's got some volume to her. She just doesn't fill her track as well as the heifers ahead of her when we ask her to go, but a really good kind of a heifer. This heifer here gets a little bit more narrow-chested. I'd like to pull her apart underneath, maybe give her a little bit more shape to her rib, but she's really straight and level and in her lines. A moderate frame, quicker pattern heifer there follows her. Really neat teat placement this heifer has. Tons of shape. I'd just like to give her more volume and scale. A heifer here, the third from the bottom here, I think has got a lot of good in her for as deep as she is, and she's exceptionally long-bodied, a little bit looser made in her udder, but I think a heifer that's exceptionally good in terms of muscle, just a little bit more stale in her kind. A lower performing heifer here, second from the bottom, young man does a great job exhibiting. She's got a nice fresh hair coat on her, and they've done a good job putting her together. Just like to give her some more volume and bone. She's enough fresher, though, to get over the heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer's a little bit more stale, and you can tell, especially in her pones, but I think that's a really good heifer that's level designed.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 19 April Spring Yearlings. First place exhibited by Cooper Dorn of Henning, Mississippi, Minnesota, with BJF Flow 2157K. Second place will go to Shayla Sankic of Magnolia, Ohio, with LCC Cruella 022. Third place exhibited by Landon Gallion of Bonham, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Mara Turner. Fifth place exhibited by Golden Reed. Sixth place went to Meadow Lane Farms and Bar S Ranch Incorporated. Seventh place in that class go to Peacock Angus Ranch. Eighth place to Collie Parton. And ninth place to Dade DeLosier. Now in the ring is Class 20. These are March Spring Yearling females over here in the Red Angus ring.
A great class, and sorry it takes a minute to sort through them. Really a lot of nice heifers out here, but when they walked in, there was one heifer to me that won it right off the bat coming in, and that was the heifer in first. The young man's heifer, the soundest heifer in the class, but yet she is as fresh and as nice balance and big bodied and wide. Just a really complete heifer that's extra stout, extra good looking, and very sound. Now, if you're a nitpicker, she comes at you just a little wide off her front end, but she's still very, very sound and just packed full of rib and muscle with a tremendous fresh look through her front end. Very nice heifer to win the class. And I think it gets real close in the next three, and they're all good heifers. They're all eye-appealing, big-ribbed heifers. They give up a little bit in terms of structure. They're far from unsound, but the heifer in second is stout. She's got some width, she's got some bone, she's got some foot. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her condition, and that's why she almost didn't get second. She's carrying plenty for me, but she handles it pretty well. A nice female. The heifer in third is a little longer necked and still just a scotch fresher. She's not quite as stout, and I think you can put that pair either way, and I'm not going to argue with you. Two quality females, just one's a little stouter, one's a little fresher. A very, very close pair. I think a heifer that falls into fourth, just because she's the other good heifer in the class that has some rib, some width, some bone. She gets a little shorter in her neck, and that's where she falls out compared to the two ahead of her, but still got some power and some look, and still one of the better moving heifers relative to the class. Really fresh heifer, and I like that about her. Next, I just wish she was a little stouter. She gets a little frail boned and a little flat. I really appreciate the condition she's in. Just wish we could open her up and see a shot more shape in her compared to some heifers above her in the class. Deep-bodied heifer coming next, one that just doesn't handle her spine quite as well. She's long-hipped and long-sided, just starting to get down into some heifers that struggle a little more. Some real powerful heifers that just need to be more flexible, longer in their stride. And as we go on down, we have some heifers that don't balance up quite as nicely, maybe give up some things on the move. But a real nice, very impressive class, and a good, four really good heifers up there on the front end.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Angus ring. Results of Class 27. First place will go to Cato Craft, Anadarko, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Sandy 2080. Second place was exhibited by Gabrielle Tebow of Idaville, Indiana, with HG Boy Blackbird 284K. Third place in that class will go to Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Iowa. Fourth place exhibited by Catherine Coleman. Fifth place went to Macy Collum. Sixth place, congratulations, Olivia Jones. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Cal Cook. Eighth place, Ruth Watt. Ninth place, Garrett Hansacker. 10th place went to Blake Freeman. 11th to Camden Upchurch. 12th went to Riley Eccles. And 13th went to Cameron Himstra. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 27, your Junior Angus ring. Next class in the ring will be your final class in our Junior Yearling Division 1. This is Class 28.
Four heifers that are very, very good in their own right. The heifer that wins the class on the standstill, it's a no-brainer. She's a fresh appearing heifer. I like the natural sweep to her rib. She's well presented. She catches your eye. I don't 100% trust her feet, but I think this is a really, really good kind of a heifer. I'd like to put a little bit more heel underneath of her. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit there in between her toes as well. But on the standstill, she runs away with it. I like this heifer a whole lot. Maybe like to just make her a little bit more limber as we go. She wants to spraddle out a little bit off both ends. The heifer here in second I like a lot about, and she is a better footed option. She's a little bit more tubular in her kind. She's exceptionally long-bodied. She does not have the advantage in gestation of our class winner, and I think that could add to her and give her just a little bit more midrib. But two really, really nice heifers. The heifer here in third, young man's got. He does a really good job showing her. I really like the cut of this young man. He does a great job with his heifer. She's a high-capacity heifer. I'd like to clean her up in her tail head just a little bit and make her more mobile when we ask her to go. But really a unique breeding piece this young man has. The heifer here in fourth is a really long, extended, powerful heifer. She too is a little bit more tubular in in her kind. With that, she's pushing out a little bit more brisket maybe than what's ideal. I think she's got a little bit more bark on her than what you can tell from the outside. I'd like to clean her up through her tail head as well. But from end to end, an excellent set of heifers, and they all got a tremendous amount of breeding value.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 20, first place exhibited by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with HH Miss CV 2106. Second place exhibited by Taylor Elmore, Homney, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Kyler Plug, and fourth place to Lydia Brown. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the Champion Reserve Senior and Intermediate Heifer.
Really a good, useful lineup of heifers. The first and second out of the last class, we're going to keep together for division and reserve. These two females here, I think, just put the most quality and completeness up relative to this division. But what an excellent lineup.
And congratulations, your senior intermediate champion heifer will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, and reserve champion exhibited by Taylor Elmore of Homney, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in your final division, second to last division here in the Red Angus show. This will be Class 21, February Junior Yearlings.
As far as a class, probably the best all day from top to bottom. And I'm not saying the best heifer the show's in here. We might not even have seen her yet. I'm saying from top to bottom, great heifers all the way through. It's the best last place heifer we've had today. And I mean that as a compliment to the young lady because there's tremendous quality out here. I'm sure all these heifers have won something somewhere. And it's very good. And it gets really, really good up here on the front end. And it's very close. To me, the heifer that wins the class, she's more relaxed in her spine and she moves longer and freer off of her front end. And it gets real nitpicky when they get this good. But then, that heifer that wins, like she's got a big sweep to her rib cage. She's got enough muscle, really nice in terms of her feet, enough bone. Just maybe not as rocket fronted as the heifer behind her, but I think her neck is almost longer. But just so flexible and yet cowy and long-sided. Just a nice heifer to win that just doesn't have any big holes in her. The heifer in second is striking, and there's no doubt about it. The way her neck comes high out of her shoulder, she's really bold in her rib. She's not quite as deep in her center body, but that's not why I beat her. She's a very eye-appealing heifer that's bold. She just gets a little tighter in her top, and she struggles a little more off her front end. Now, I'm not saying she is unsound because she's not. She's tremendous, but when it gets to this point, we have to nitpick them. I appreciate the condition she's in. I love her. I just wish she reached a little better off her front end when we set her in motion. A real stout heifer in third, one that's tremendously wide down at her stifle, big bone, big footed. For being that heavy bred, she handles it well. The one thing I'd like to change about her, she just wants to break in her forerib a little bit. And if we could fill her up there, she's one that'd be running right there with those two at the top of the class. Young man in fourth has a good heifer. And when she walked in, I thought to myself, well, she could win this class. She just happened to walk in before the other ones. That's a good female, beautifully balanced and complete. Maybe not quite as good in her forerib, maybe just not quite as much over, but that's a very high quality female. He should be very proud of her. He just ran into a really tough class today. A nice heifer coming next, a world of volume in this female, big bone, loose made heifer, just gets a little plainer down in her chest, nicely presented, just like to clean her up in her chest floor as we compare to some of those higher up in the class. Young lady coming next, again, a good heifer. She's long-bodied, deep-sided, not quite as nice-chested and necked, and that's saying something about a nice-fronted heifer, but she's not as long-necked as a few of those ahead of her. Still a very, very good female. As we come on down the line, we still have good heifers. These three at the bottom are high-quality females. They have a good look. They're functional. We don't have a terribly unsound one in this class, and we have in a few of the other classes. It's just a really good class from top to bottom.
Another really good class with some give and take over here on the Red Angus side. The Powerhouse wins the class. Just a really, really complete type of heifer. Got a lot of length to her stride. They're just a tremendous amount of female here, and I think she's as right as any in terms of her composition relative to the class. Just a tremendous amount of female with some added length and power and density. The heifer here in second, I like the kind and the build of quite a bit. I'd like to see her with a shot more bone, and surprisingly, this heifer, for as lean as she looks up high, is pushing enough brisket out for me today. She's kind of filled up there in that brisket, and then she's a little raw above, which makes me think she doesn't have quite as much power maybe as what we'd like to see, and I'd like to make her just a little more level in her tail head. But she's enough extended enough and just enough more heifer to get over this heifer here in third. Like the type and kind and composition of this heifer, there just isn't enough of her. The heifer here in fourth, I just love the way that her udders develop, and there's probably some fat in there. I'd like to tone her up just a little bit, and she gets a little bit coarse in her tail head, but really, really a good functional type of female. Heifer concludes the class. She wants to jack that tail head up a little bit, and I'd like to change the type. I'd like to set that tail head lower, and I'd like to carry it down into her hind leg and make her just a little bit more relaxed there as she goes, but really a bold sprung, super stout female to conclude the class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the junior Angus ring, results of Class 28. First place exhibited by Cattlemen, Modesto, California, with BC2SC FTZS Sandy 3122. Second place exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, Third place went to Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Houston Faree, Sullivan, Indiana. Fifth place will go to Jake Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Alexia Stevens of Allendale, Illinois. Seventh place went to Ava Elizabeth Wood of Willow Springs, North Carolina. Eighth place exhibited by Mackenzie Knutson of Ridgeland, Wisconsin. At this time, over in Ring 2, we're bringing in those first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior yearling. Back over in the red Angus ring, results out of Class 21. First place exhibited by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Second place went to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Third place exhibited by Landon Gallion of Bonham, Texas. Fourth place, Luke Platson, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. And fifth place in that class will go to Jackson Bragg, Toledo, Texas. Now in the ring, Class 22, January Junior Yearling Heifers.
Well, we get to our spring division or our March-April division, and boy, just a tremendous set of heifers in the classes, but I really like the four we got back out here. The young man that won that first class, he walked in with that female, and she's just so flexible and big-middled. She's still got some width, just a beautiful hind leg in that heifer, yet she's still fresh in her condition, nice up through her front end. If you want a nitpicker, maybe she gets just a nickel base wide up front, but I think that comes with the fact that she's pretty stout and wide, and her makeup very bold in terms of her rib. Very high quality heifer that's very nicely presented as well. And a good second place heifer in that class. We get to the second class, and I thought it was really tough between two really good ones. The heifer that wins, she's so fluid when she gets out, and she's fresh, and she's tremendously long-hipped and deep-bodied. Yet for a heifer that long and deep and fresh, she's not flat when you get behind her. She's not tremendously heavy-muscled, but she's got enough for me. As we said, she's really long neck. She's maybe not quite as good in her chest as some. She's not fat. She's just got a little skin. But I really like her broodiness and her length and her soundness. A nice people to represent, and a tremendously striking heifer that was second in that class as well. So I'll show you the two I like the best, but congratulations. These are outstanding heifers, amazing group in this division.
We have an X-class winner over here on the Red Angus side, and the thing I appreciate this heifer the most is she's so bold and she's so deep and she's so adequate everywhere, but she's lean. She's fresh. I like the presentation of this heifer a whole lot. She just doesn't bring any negative attention to herself at all. And as well, when you get her on the move, she's as flexible as you can make one. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got a big old foot underneath of her. Tremendous amount of depth through her rib and really good through her hip. Really a unique female. The heifer here in second, I like a lot of things about. She's coarser than our class winner for sure. She's even coarser in her teat development. But I think in terms of structure and foot size, I think she matches our class winner extremely well. With that, she's deep and super thick. The heifer here in third I like a lot about. Quality-wise, she needs to be third. She's a little bit more frail than the two heifers ahead of her. Got a little bit more on her in terms of her composition, especially compared to our class winner. Maybe like to refine her in her teat size as well, but a really high-quality heifer. The heifer here in fourth, when I think of Red Angus cattle and function, I think of an udder like that. She looks like she's going to have an ideal udder when she calves. Just like to tone her up a little bit in terms of her composition. She's got plenty on her and makes her look just a little bit more stale out here. Heifer, it concludes the class. I appreciate her for her gestation. Where she's at there, she's got some natural shape to her. She's raw, she's in her working clothes, but dang sure got some natural muscle and length to her hip.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Junior Angus ring. Results of your Junior Yearling Division 1 champion went to Cattlemen with BC2SC FTZS Sandy 31-22. Reserve champion in that division will go to Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma with BCR Lucy K039. Back over the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 22 January Junior Yearlings. First place exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee with AMTC Princess Lena 1K1. Second place was exhibited by Lucas Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri. Third place go to Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Clara Smuck of Iowa Falls, Iowa. And fifth place went to Cambry Palmer. Now in the ring, our judge is going to select his junior and reserve junior champion female.
Really an excellent division we have out here. The heifer that's going to win, I like a whole lot. She's very refreshing, just a high-quality type of female. Young man here out of the second class will have your champion. Then for reserve, we're going to come up here. There are other class winners. She'll be your reserve champion. Excellent lineup of heifers.
Well, congratulations. Junior champion female goes to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Reserve will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. We're now going to see your final class in division here in our Red Angus show. This will be Class 23 Winter Yearlings.
Really a functional single entry here. She's very appropriate in her size. Young man does a great job showing her. She's got some added depth and she's level out through her hip. Just a very functional type of female. Good job, young man.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Red Angus ring, your senior champion female, Caden Feck of Sulphur Springs, Texas, with TWG looking good, J162. Back over in the Junior Angus ring, your bred and owned Junior Yearling Division 1 champion was exhibited by Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Iowa. Reserve champion was exhibited by Mackenzie Knutson of Ridgeland, Wisconsin. Now in the Angus ring is Class 29 here in your junior show. Well, we're going to get ready for your grand drive over here in the Red Angus ring. We'll bring in all those division champion and reserves. And our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Red Angus female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over here in Ring 1, we're getting ready to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Red Angus females here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Before we do, we have a few housekeeping notes. We'd like to say a special thank you to the marketing team at the Red Angus Association, Mr. Kelly Smith, Mr. Taylor Oldie, and Mr. Josh Taylor for all they do for the association. Also, a special thank you to the Junior Red Angus Board, Gracie Rogers, Bailey Smith, Cameron Ison, and Kennedy DeVoe. Special thank you you to you guys for helping us here in the ring, as well as Taylor Dorsey, the Junior Activities Coordinator. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Herdsman of the Year for the Red Angus Association. Presenting that award will be the Red Angus Association Board, Mr. Kylie DeVoe. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Lee Borkland, operating the BG Farms in Henning, Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Lee Borkland. Lee Borkland operates BJ Farms in Henning, Minnesota, alongside of his family, Doug, Pam, Kendall, Jack, and Luke. Lee's passion for the Red Angus breed began at a young age of 6 when he started showing. He believes in his Red Angus breed and is honored to be a part of it. After graduating high school, he knew he wanted to be a part of the farm. Lee is the 6th generation Borkland to operate where he is today. Lee has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to breeding and raising cattle and pays close attention to detail on feed, management, clipping, and fitting to get the most out of each animal. He spends countless hours in the barn raising and managing the herd and completing the day-to-day operations. He also spends many hours with new 4-H families to help them get calves ready to compete. We thank the Lord every day for Lee, says his parents, Doug and Pam. And more importantly than any cow, his work ethic, respect, integrity, and accountability is second to none. He is always willing to help, and we appreciate him and his siblings more than they will ever know. Ladies and gentlemen, your Herdsman of the Year for the Red Angus Association, Mr. Lee Borkland.
Really an exceptional lineup of Red Angus females when we get them back out here, and just an excellent place to display them. In this industry, we hear all these things that are working against us and what they're going to take away from us, and somebody's out there starting a new show or building a new facility, and it's hard to believe that we're still taking that serious, not just here, but Kansas City, Denver, all these new structures going up for these stock shows, and they're built by the youth. And like I said the other day in the Gelby show, it's probably unidentified who the next Gerald Callahan is, and that's why it's so important to help these kids and get them pushed along in this industry, because somebody's going to surface to the top, and it isn't necessarily somebody out here winning today. Just an absolute unbelievable show they put on down here at the Congress, and starting with Mr. Funk and Jimmy Harrell and Richie Oakes and the staff here, Tyler Norvell, Cass Newell, and how they treat you and take care of you. This show's here to stay, and we need to be extremely thankful for all these people that are willing to do all this for us, because if you stop today and you worry about all the outside things, looks like we're in a great position as a business, and I think there's just a lot to build off, and I'm very thankful to be out here. I'm thankful for the opportunity to have the option to exhibit cattle down here, judge down here, and obviously I could go on and on about Callahan and how much I appreciate it, and I really like the pictures of him out here. And if anybody knew my and his relationship, it'd be pretty fitting that I told him, well, you being out here with me, I think you're making a really good associate today. He wouldn't like being anybody's associate. He likes to be the top dog, and it takes people like him to get these shows off the ground. And I'm just very thankful for the opportunity, and I hope all you thank the staff for putting all this together. What an excellent lineup of heifers. starting from the little calves up there. I like to see some future in these females. I like to keep them lean from that stage all the way back to the end of these bred heifers, and the freshness I really appreciate, because I just think it brings so much more quality out in these females when they're just a little bit more lean and more feminine looking at this stage. And I think this is an excellent representation of that. Your staff right now is lined up with a bunch of all-stars, and I think you guys are in a great position in the industry, and make sure you support them and the people that behind the scenes and that put these shows on. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Meyer. Well, congratulations, your grand champion, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with AMTC Princess Lana 1K1.
Oh, on the Angus side, really a great class, a tremendous class all the way down, 3 great ones on the top end. To me, there's subtle differences, and all these heifers had advantages relative to the class. What I like about the first place heifer is when we set them in motion, she's the best to me. She handles her spine the best. She's good at the ground. Like all of them, she's great bodied, really nice hip, beautiful fronted, and so flexible. You know, she might give up a little bit of bone to the 2 heifers behind her, but I love her volume and look, and most importantly, her soundness. When we get to this point, I think they're so good. She's slightly better in her spine, and I like that about her. The heifer in second is the most striking heifer on the profile in the class. So neat up front, so nice in her body and hip design and her leg. Just a really, really good heifer. And when she walked in, I believe of the trios, she was the one that came in first, and I thought, well, this one's going to win the class. She gets up ever so slightly in her spine, and that's what I'd like to change. But that's a great female in a great class. The power heifer of the 3 is the one in third, and I like that about her. She's really stout. She's got bone. She's got muscle. She's long-bodied. She's got rib. I love her condition. The biggest thing to me is she wants to give a little bit on her front end when we set her in motion, and I don't know if that's how she is or if she hurt herself, but she just doesn't want to reach off her front end quite as nicely as the 2 heifers ahead of her. But that's a tremendous female in a tremendous class. A good heifer in fourth, one that I would be proud of to use for a class winner. She's got some bone and rib and look. She gives up a little length of body to some of those ahead of her, a length of hip, but that's a very good female coming out in fourth place. A stout heifer coming in fifth. Huge boned, a lot of muscle, tremendously big in her center body. Gets a little rounder and more open in terms of her shoulder, but really a good heifer, really, really stout. A very nice built heifer that's moderate, good structured, and really has a nice look. She gives up a little body and just mass compared to some of those ahead of her, but that's a very good female. Young man has a functional sound heifer, and he held in there for a while because of her structure. She's a very complete heifer, just gives up some length and performance to some of those ahead of her. And as we come on down the line, there's some very good heifers, maybe a few down the line that don't travel quite as nicely, but again, a very good class from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Red Angus ring, your reserve grand champion, exhibited by Alexis Wright with LCC Rosita 026. At this time in the Red Angus ring, we are going to look for any group classes that we may have before we leave for pictures. Again, we'd like to say a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Jason Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Back over to the Junior Angus ring, results of Class 29. First place was exhibited by Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, with Gore Sarah's Dream 2020. Second place in that class, exhibited by Jack Dameron, Towanda, Illinois, with Seldom Rest Sandy 2030. Third place, exhibited by Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations, Hayden Mullen. Fifth place was exhibited by Scarlett Carney, Sixth place in that class, and congratulations, Macy Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Wyatt Phillips. Eighth place, Brax Frederick. Ninth place in that class will go to Stevie Hogue. 10th place went to William Manning. 11th to Eli Naylor. 12th place in that class exhibited by Cody Heath. And 13th will go to Bracy Cagle. We're now going to look for Class 30 here in the Angus ring. We'd also like to announce the premier breeder and exhibitor over here in the Red Angus show. Congratulations, premier exhibitor is Tucker Beyer and premier breeder TC Reds. Again, congratulations to Tucker Beyer and TC Reds.
Really neat here to have the produce dam and represented out here, but these two heifers in the back here just fit together so good. That cow is obviously very potent. Really a neat pair of females to be your champion produce dam, and then up here we'll go for reserve. Very functional females here that got a tremendous amount of quality. Awesome Geta sire here. This bull calf we liked a whole lot and was won his division. We got a class winner and a reserve division. High quality cattle, and the sire obviously stamps them because they got a lot of the same design and quality and got a lot of shape to them as well. Very high quality. Good job, guys. Thanks.
On the Angus side, our last January class, I think we got one class of senior yearlings, but another astounding class. 5 good heifers out here. A heifer that wins, again, is just similar to what I've liked all day. Tremendously flexible, beautiful hind leg, got some width when you get behind her. She's long-hipped, she's big-bodied, long-neck female, one that I think for her age or condition is fine. She's got a little bit of skin in her chest, but she's not over-conditioned by any means. Just a nice, functional cowie heifer that still shows you a nice look, a good one to win the class. A good heifer in second. The young lady has a tremendously big-centered, maybe cuts up a little more in her forerib compared to our class winner. I think sound enough, but maybe not as extreme in terms of mobility. Quality female, really good-looking heifer on the stand coming next. Tremendously long-bodied with a world of capacity, and I like that about her. We set her in motion. She doesn't handle her hind leg as nicely as the two heifers ahead of her, and that's what I'd like to change about her. A big, powerful heifer coming next, and if we could change her in terms of her neck and her head, she's just not quite as feminine in that regard, but that's a high-quality female with a big body and a lot of capacity. Just a good heifer, just not quite as feminine head, neck, and shoulder-wise as some of the others. And then we got a stout-made heifer that just gives up a little in terms of her movement when we set her in motion.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the junior Angus ring. Results of Class 30. First place exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Core Annie Lou, 24K to 30K. Second place exhibited by Macy Bowling of Greencastle, Indiana. Third place will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth place went to Sadie Ray Poole, and fifth place went to Brenna Leanne Bartlow. Now in the ring, we'll bring this first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve here in Division 2 of your junior yearlings.
As we pick our January, February division, again, tremendously strong classes. I was very impressed with the quality of the older heifers. Sometimes, again, the older females starts to slack off after one or two, but the classes were very, very good and very impressive. Two heifers out here representing our classes. And the heifer that won the first class, as we said, so mobile, so big-bodied, so nice in her hip design. You know, if we want to criticize her, she could maybe just use a shot more bone. I don't think she's frail or fine bone by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe we'd like to change that about her. The heifer from the second class is powerful and stout. There's a world of volume there in terms of her length and her depth and her spring of rib, yet she's long-hipped, deep in her quarters, tremendously big-footed, and got some bone. She's maybe not quite as attractive through her front end as the heifer ahead of her, but she's a little bit stouter, so I think it's a trade-off, and it's very, very close. And we have two really good second-place heifers as well. I'll show you how I like them, but a great pair of heifers, another excellent division.
Well, congratulations, your junior yearling heifer here in Division II. Champion going to Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Core Annie Lou 24K, 230K, bred by Kennedy Core, Pleasantville, Iowa. Reserve champion.
And then 10377.
Reserve champion will go to Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, with Gore Sarah's Dream 2020, bred by Fallon Gore. At this time, we're going to bring in your final class and division here in our Junior Angus Female Show. This will be Class 31, your Senior Yearling Division.
Last class of the day in our last division, and these young folks out have brought three nice pairs out here. The cow that wins the class, or the first calf heifer, I think just for her balance and the shape of her udder and the size of the teats, just very long-hipped and long-bodied, still retaining some rib shape for one that's raising a calf, and I think her udder is an advantage out here as well. Nice pair to win the class. The cow in second is good. She is another stout-made, long-bodied one. She's got some center body. She wants to get a little tighter in her forerib, maybe not quite as refined in her teats, but still really nice cattle, these top two. The young man with the very moderate cow that's doing a tremendous job, maybe as impressive a calf as any out here. Just like to see a shot more performance in that cow, but I really like the design of the heifer calf. Congratulations, these exhibitors. The last class of the show, but three very nice females.
Well, congratulations in our final class and division over here in your junior Angus show, your senior yearling champion, exhibited by Sophia Hentz of Fenimore, Wisconsin, with heading Sandy 1104. Reserve in that division, and congratulations, Callie Judy Jensen, Plainfield, Iowa, and third place to go to Kipton Thumal.
Blueprint is a targeted approach without excess for peak performance. Blueprint's organic trace minerals unlock the health and potential of your cattle to perform at their very best. If you're ready to start planning for the best, find Blueprint at your local Hubbard Feeds or Crystal X supplement dealer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Jim Nork Arena, we're about ready to bring in your division champion in reserves here in our Junior Angus female show. While they do enter the ring, if you could put your hands together and congratulate them on their accomplishments today at Cattlemen's Congress. We'd also like to take a moment to thank your judge today, Mr. Dave Allen of Nacona, Texas. Put your hands together and thank Mr. Allen for joining us here in Oklahoma City. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us here in the Jim Nork Arena at this time, all of your division champions are entering the ring. Let's put our hands together for the Junior Angus exhibitors.
Well, As we pick our champion heifer, first off, I want to apologize. I know it took a while today, especially those calf classes. They don't all just want to stand and be shown, and I'm just as guilty. I had some of my own act that way yesterday, and it makes it take a little longer because you want to give them a fair shake and you want to see them and make sure that you get it placed correctly, or at least in my head the way I want to do it. So I apologize for that, but it's been an honor today. The show is tremendous. First thing I wanted to do was thank a good friend of mine that I wish was here today. Joe Callahan was one of my heroes when I was young, in high school and college. He was one of the greatest evaluators at that time and was up until last week. He was one of the greatest judging coaches of all time, and he was one of my heroes. And as life went and I grew up, I got to know him, and it was an honor to know him and sharing his knowledge. We had some amazing talks, whether it was feeder cattle or purebred cattle or family. The guy was brilliant. And he was just a wealth of knowledge, and I enjoyed those times. I wish he was here, but I want to thank him not for just what he did in that side of it, but for this show. This show was started by Gerald and some other great people at a time when everyone was either afraid to do it, or the politics were holding them back, or they did what they needed to do to make it happen. And at that time, our industry needed it. Our children needed it. Half of them were sitting at home, couldn't even go to school. And I think that was really impressive that they pulled that off and have kept it together with this quality of show. It's so easy to attend. I love the way it's run, and my hat's off to him for being a big push, and the other people that were involved for starting this great show. The other thing, I would like to thank my family, and I know it gets redundant and everyone does it, but I truly have to thank my family. My wife of a long time, 26 years I think now. I mean, it's amazing that a girl from the city got stuck with me and put up with my habits of doing nothing but cattle. That's all I do. That's all I've ever known. That's all I want to do. And she's just an amazing support system. She works hard every day with her business. She helps me with mine. And I can't thank her. I can't thank her enough for what she does for me and my family. And I'd like to thank my boys. They work so hard. They try at everything they do, whether it's sports, whether it's school, whether it's showing cattle. And I couldn't be more blessed to have the family that I have and raise them in this environment. I love this environment. I love the people. And I can't imagine raising my family any other way. And I just want to thank all of them for what they do for me. I'm going to go out here and pick the two I like best, and I can guarantee you they are the two I like best. And I think the cattle that came through here today were tremendous, whether it was the division winners, the reserve divisions. There was heifers down third, fourth in class that could win a lot of shows, probably have won a lot of shows, and I was very, very impressed by that. I'm going to put down the microphone, take one last look, show you the two I like, but thank you to the Angus Association, the Cattlemen's Congress for having me here. I've thoroughly enjoyed my day.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Angus female, here in our junior show, Cattlemen's Congress, Miss Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio, with SSF Envious Blackbird 5022. Congratulations, Samantha. We're going to bring that reserve back into the ring. And congratulations, reserve grand champion here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your Junior Angus show. Congratulations, Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California, with BC2 SCFTZS Sandy 3122. Well, once again, congratulations, all of our Junior Angus exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Dave Allen of Nocona, Texas.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company. We're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.